dear. I think I know what this is. You see, Stan, as you get older, things that you used to like start looking and sounding like shit. And things that seemed shitty as a child don't seem as shitty. With you, somehow the wires have gotten crossed and everything looks and sounds like shit to you. It's a condition called being a cynical asshole.
Oh no.
Yes. And there's no known cure, I'm afraid. Everything just seems shitty and everyone starts to seem shitty and everything they say just starts...
It stinks. It stinks. It stinks.
Yes, Mr. Sherman, everything stinks.
When you get... Instead of just like trying to slap something out like the Star Wars experience and crap, but when you have... Don't. I'm sorry, it's true though. It's like
I just got back from. Oh, I just died.
I just watched that. It was hilarious.
How do I get back up there?
You're a pushy little bastard, ain't you? But I like that.
Get on me. It's a culture in decline.
Kids with your loud music and your Dan Fogelberg, your Zima, hula hoops, and Pac-Man video games. Don't you see? People today have attention spans that can only be measured in nanoseconds.
you just walked right off the cliff. It was hilarious.
I don't know what I was doing, but I was like, that's funny. I was just like, do, and I was like over here, and I was like, woo. Oh, see, you thought I was going to do it.
And he did it. All right.
Oh,
I missed it.
I was fully, I didn't know how to do it. I was just messing around.
Yeah, you.
W.
Oh, that was gold. That was gold.
I joined the Empire about 6 years ago. I can remember as a kid, watching the holographic images and being excited about the new direction that the galaxy was taking. So when I was old enough, I went down to the local recruitment center, and signed up. And I've been here at Tatooine ever since. Most people would call this the ass end of space, but I like the small town feeling you get around here. I mean, we know everybody. Everybody.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Saturday Night Sith. 122, in fact. Who doggy? Climbing that ladder. All right. I am your host, The Fractured Filter, and with me tonight here is, as always, my friend, my compatriot, my companion in all this madness in the world, HItman. How are you tonight, sir?
Dude. Very good. I'm ready to get into some topics, but we need to do a poll to see which is by far the favorite. The first clip of me dying impromptu, or the second time of me also dying impromptu. Well, reenacting, because they're both great, but I think there's more of a reaction on the second time. Those are great.
I do know there is something about the second time when you do it, but then once you fall, and you're just like, there's something about your groan of falling yet again. It just solidifies the whole action.
I think it's just because I wasn't intending to doing it. My full intention was to just try to reenact and then try to get you to think I was going to do it, and then I died.
Yeah, you just full death.
Those clips can never be lost. They have to always be a part of the intro because it just brought such great joy. Especially when Sheepster was like, "I just watched that," and then he's like, "Oh, I missed it."
The second time, I missed it.
You know, it's funny. You said 122, and it's very reminiscent of a bygone era. We need to pull up the old I forget the title of it, but the stormtroopers on Tatooine, the part of the intro.
Yeah, the troops.
Oh God, can't with the cops theme, like
Yep.
just so good. So good. And it's crazy to think that like it's been so long ago since we've.
I know we started out playing those clips, the full things at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, just
and we went
amazing.
through the Jedi Outcast re-edited. We went through the Jedi Academy re-edited. We went through all that stuff as this kind of intros.
Yes. I forgot the Jedi Academy re-edited.
Yeah.
That was so long ago. Before we had to deal with Ahsoka and freaking Andor.
Yeah, that was just Book of Boba Fett was what we started with.
Like Pain was like a level like 4. And it's been ramped up to about
it's just been slowly but surely escalating those tiers of pain.
Oh man, can we go back in time? Like I would just to the the memes. It was the starter pack. Like what was it when Godzilla and King Kong came out? It was like the Book of Boba. They had the starter pack. It was the Rancor on the tower.
Right.
You know, it was acting to King Kong. Oh, I remember those days. God, what a I would take the mod shop tattoo shop scene over anything that that we've gotten out of. I mean, my God, do you realize? I don't know if you realize this. Have you seen they've made Legos of Ahsoka now? Specifically, the second to last episode.
I've seen them in stores. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not surprised, but
I had to. They had Funkos, and people are buying them.
Yes, they are.
Like
yes,
trees on the. It's just crazy.
Is it?
Basically, I want to go back to just Book of Boba. Maybe we'll do that. Like
back to simpler times.
Like, I don't know. I think maybe we should redo. Maybe on the
whoa, hey, let's not get crazy.
No, just hear me out. On our next anniversary, we should just start reviewing again Book of Boba, and we can bring Static on. We could bring Nerdy Neo on. We could have just going back in time to the days of old that weren't as painful.
Why on God's green earth would you want to go back to Book of Boba Fett? I mean,
you want to watch Andor 2?
I don't want to watch any of them. I'm done.
You want to watch Ahsoka 2?
I'm done.
Like, what would you rather do? If you pick your poison. You cannot sit there and tell me that you don't miss Book of Boba. There's no way
I do not miss that. I do not miss any of the slop. Not one bit. Not one iota.
Comparatively speaking, out of Book of Boba, Mandalorian, Ahsoka, Bad Batch, Andor, Acolyte. Out of all this, you're going to tell me out of all these shows, you don't miss Book of Boba? I know. There's no way you're going to sit there and tell me that you don't. I know you well enough to where, like, I've got you in a corner. You're not going to, because we're cut from the same cloth. I miss it, and if I miss it, I know you miss it.
Dear Lord,
because it was at least enjoyable.
Oh Lord, please help me, Lord.
We had more time with the Spinneroonie in the Power Ranger anything else.
Oh my god. I
mean, I think you cut that clip and you put it in one of the intros.
I think I grabbed it from somebody else at the time, but yeah. Let me just hit this. So we had JT Epsilon first in the chat saying, "Let's freaking go," and Nerdy Neo jumping in as well, saying, "Howdy, hello, sir, welcome to the fun. We are already starting out, rip roaring and ready because HItman wants to go back to Book of Boba Fett for God's sakes. You know, I think you're suffering from some kind of weird PTSD.
Your options
something
to watch Book of Boba or Amanda Stenberg interview.
Okay, let's fire up that Book of Boba Fett.
Oh man.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god. It's like as soon as you think you're out, it's like there's always something that just drags you back in. And I'm just like, man, I just want it to end.
I just think it was just simpler times, man. Back when we fired up this show, all we had to worry about was Book of Boba. You know, Bad Batch wasn't even a thing. I think at the time,
right?
Yeah, it was just simpler times, man.
It all was. It all was. We were just
play the clip. Play it. Do it.
Which one?
Do it. My favorite clip.
Oh.
Boring and sad.
You think we can make T-shirts and get away with like copyright infringement, since that's technically comic characters in Star Wars? Like they're two separate characters on one body.
I was gonna say, if so long as it's like if we redesign it with like a character befitting of you that's saying so sad and boring, so long as we like probably switch up the language a bit, we could probably get away with it. Yeah.
They don't know us yet. We're not whitelisted yet.
Nerdy Neo says I should ban you.
Oh man, there's a lot to cover, man. There's a lot.
Believe me, Nerdy, there are times. There are times.
What's even great about it, Neo, is he can't argue against it. He knows he would rather watch Book of Boba.
I just know I would rather watch good Star Wars. I'd rather watch the prequels. I'd rather watch the original trilogy.
Yeah, but that's you don't have that's not a choice.
Boba Fett.
That's not a choice. The choices are Book of Boba or all the other 7 asinine shows they've come out with.
Jesus, you put me into such awkward spots with this crap.
It's a great question.
You evil son of a bitch.
Great, man. I'll even throw in the Grogu movie. I'll put that one in there too. I'll let you.
That hasn't even dropped yet.
No, but it's gonna be just as bad.
Oh God, it is. It probably is. That's just the sad.
What if Ray Palpatine shows up in it in some type of movie?
You know what? I hope she does. Bring her on. Just fucking do it at this point. You know,
walks through the door.
Oh my God! Just do it at this point, please.
You think they could do it? They could bring her in. They can somehow tie the Mandoverse to the sequel.
Oh wait, no, they couldn't, because Mandalorian is well before.
Doesn't matter. They don't know their timeline. Bro, dude, they got freaking Akai Adimundi wrong. They got his age wrong. He shouldn't have been in that show. So clearly they have no.
You know, this is the disadvantage to not being on camera, because people cannot see my reactions to what you're saying.
They have no concept of time. Of course they.
The sad thing is you aren't wrong. That's the sad truth of it. You just aren't wrong. It's like, damn it.
Sometimes I do want to put my face on here just so you can see my eye roll. Like my eyes get stuck in the back of my head. No, they have no concept. They put Ahsoka in there. She hasn't aged. She's supposed to be. How old is she supposed to be? Like literally, like 70. Homeworld does not look 70 in.
Bo-Katan.
No, I'm talking about Ahsoka.
Oh, Ahsoka.
She was 13 years old with Anakin.
I don't think she'd be she'd be in her 20s.
With Anakin?
No, I thought you were talking about like, Book of Boba Fett, freaking Mando territory.
Yeah.
Now she'd be like in her 40s, right? I think.
No, I read somewhere where she was supposed to be in her like 70s.
No, I think you're mixing that up with Bo-Katan.
Okay,
Bo-Katan was supposed to be more into her 70s.
Okay, let Bo-Katan.
Yeah. Doesn't look a day over her age.
I don't think she was. I don't think Ahsoka was 40, right? This neither here nor there. I thought she was a lot younger when she was with Anakin.
Well, when she was with Anakin, yeah, she was in her early teens to mid. I mean, because it's supposed to be covering the era of the Clone Wars, which that lasted a few years. So, yeah.
I mean, she's supposed to be a lot older than 40. I mean, like I said, I'm not a math guy, but if she was with Anakin when she was in her teens and she's with Luke, and Luke is far into his, I mean, he's older than, he's not in his teens.
Oh, yeah,
right?
so I'm saying 30s, and she was 14 in the Clone Wars.
Math doesn't math, or am I just really stupid?
And yeah, nerdy, Bo-Katan should be old. Yes, she should.
Should be old as dirt.
And nerdy also had said that's the lesser of two evils, is rather watch nothing.
Oh, sure. Anyways, I think
you had a couple of years of Clone Wars, and then you add 18 for the gap of Revenge of the Sith and New Hope.
So how old is that? Is that 40?
She's getting into her 30s, yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I guess it does, but
maybe it's 30s, maybe early 40s. That's where I'm landing with it too.
Anyways, I think they I don't know. So crazy that I think they could find a way to do it. No, why wouldn't they? It would make perfect sense. You're bridging the gap.
Le gap. Oh boy.
I'd have thought. Where are they getting all this money to do this movie? They don't have. They're $180 million poorer than they were before they started the Acolyte. And movies are, I would assume, probably cost more than shit. Well, I don't know. That's subjective.
Dude, it's like take your pick at this point. It's like, who knows?
Yeah. But what better way to launder money than conspiracy? I think it's money laundering. Personally,
I mean, that is a lot of people's thoughts on some of that. Yeah.
I don't want to watch a movie.
Epsilon is saying, which, to be fair, is Rosario Dawson's age? I think so. Let's see. Let's go to IMDb. Oh wait, no. Probably whatever. Oh, for God's sakes, you aren't going to make this easy for me. Yeah, the wiki would have been easier. That wasn't any easier. Oh, 45. So yeah, that does work out.
45 years old?
The actress Rosario Dawson's 45.
Well, I know she's 45. How old is Ahsoka?
I'm guessing they match the ages for it. So you'd put Ahsoka in her early 40s. Because then there's like what this is supposed because like Mandalorian is supposed to be like what 5 years after Return of the Jedi. So
what if and again we don't like to build our platform based off theories because one other guy has cornered the market on that. But what if instead of since they're so good at like I just had this thought, man. They're so good at like destroying lore. What if Ahsoka is now the new Mara Jade and she actually marries Luke? Because you see this weird relationship between Ahsoka and Luke.
Don't get into this weird shipping territory. Don't start that now.
Well, think about that. You know how she was looking at him in The Mandalorian.
Don't start this. Don't start this.
Bro, you saw her hanging out with Luke and how she was looking at him, that smile. Don't sit there and chastise me. You sat there. We sat through the same show and watched it.
God damn it.
But what if that's what they want to do? And Mara Jade never existed.
I'm already figuring they don't want Mara Jade to exist. They don't want her around, and if even if they do, they'll just race swap her and all this sort of shit. So, yeah. JT Epsilon is also just shut up right now.
I'm just saying.
I can't stop him. I have tried before. This is not the first time he's gone into this weird territory.
No, listen. I just just think about it really quick.
He's now second. JT Epsilon is now seconding Neo's proposal to ban you.
I'm just saying it could work.
Oh my god. I mean, as far as we know,
they can do it with world.
As far as we know, Luke does not have an older woman fetish. So
it doesn't matter if he doesn't. Ahsoka does.
Oh, she has an older woman fetish. Oh my god!
Older person fetish. She liked Anakin.
Oh, for the love of God, not that again.
I'm gonna ban myself.
You should. You should. Oh my god.
No, bro, you can't.
Nerdy Neo, I think it's time for a new co-host.
That's the nicest thing anybody said to me today.
Wow. What?
That's
damn, who have you been interacting with today?
Oh man. I remember when I first told you my whole theory between with Ahsoka and Anakin, you told me to shut up.
I did, yes, very much so.
Oh man.
Oh boy. It's bad enough there's already a whole subset of a freaking group of weirdos out there that are writing fan fiction about that sort of demented stuff. So
listen, came from Filoni, not me.
Where is it? Sadly, I was like trying to find the meme too, because I know we had a meme of that.
Oh, for sure.
Because it was using the it was that of the scene of Luke interacting with Ahsoka, and then off to the side. Oh yeah, here we go. Hang on. You remember this one, right?
Yes, that's the one. That's the look she gave him. That's why I'm building my theory on. Look at that. Look at how she's looking at him. And then you got Boba Fett over here.
That's a problem with all this. Oh my god.
Do you see his look? You see how he's looking at her? What's that?
That's not everything has to be sexual. Okay.
Pull that up again.
No.
You know you want to.
You've done it once. That is bad enough. Okay. Should we get into some of this shit now? Because you wanted to talk about certain things. I want to talk about certain things. We certainly want enough time to watch Stargate because it's the Tok'ra.
We're not doing 1 and 2, right? We're just doing
we're just doing the first. Yeah, the first one. Yeah.
We were doing.
No. Maybe for like a special event, we'll maybe I think we'll kind of reserve it for the dual episode thing. Might be more for season finales. I think.
I mean that meme that you just sent or showed. Just this is it. I don't know if you. It's gonna let me play it or not.
Oh god, what's this? Hungry Eyes?
Make you think of it?
I don't even know what that song is, and you know what? I think I'm glad I don't know.
Dirty Dancing, Hungry Eyes. That's the eyes that he has towards Ahsoka.
Was that from the meme that Static put together for our
Yes, don't you remember?
I
don't know if that's the exact song. Was it? Oh, God, we're Static. Yes, he did. He did do a whole dance of us dancing together.
Well, last I knew, Static was torturing himself with Dustborn, so I don't know if he's still playing that.
Why is he doing that? He should be playing Starfield.
You know what? You've killed our audience. You've just killed our audience. Good. Good. Do it.
Where's Sheepster really quick before we get into this?
I sent him the link, and you know he doesn't always have the energy for this.
I'll just say it, and then we'll get into business. Sheepster is like a peacock, and you can't tell a peacock what to do. You can't. Tried, it doesn't work out. So when you tell him to show up, he's like a peacock. He does what he wants.
That he does.
Let's get into it. Let's hit it because I want to get into it. Right. I'm so excited.
JTF says, what the actual fuck are these takes? Bro, we get into some weird shit sometimes too. Mainly this one over here. What can I say?
Hey, you start it.
And all right. So this week, it's been a busy week. We had naturally, since we'll stay on the topic of Star Wars. Good old Star Wars Outlaws dropped. We'll first kind of break things in with this with the official launch trailer, and then we'll go into the goodies that I have because it seems to be the gift that keeps on giving at the moment. But here we go with the launch trailer. We'll take a look at this.
Prepare yourselves.
Absolutely. Luckily, it's just a minute 35.
Kay Vess, the underworld's favorite new scoundrel. This is your one shot. A safe filled with 100.
Now, if only the game was playing as well as they're showing it.
And I can get you inside.
Get in. How about getting out? This job, it's a death wish.
Magnificent.
Your lives are over. Your family, friends, gone. There's nowhere in the galaxy you can hide.
Oh, stunning. Stunningly broken.
The underworld's most dangerous syndicates. And pull off the greatest heist the Outer Rim has ever seen.
I'm in.
You remember
and of course,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, did you remember when female video game characters were actually hot?
Yes, once upon a time they were once very, very attractive, and now, unfortunately, no more. That is deemed unlawful and evil. You cannot do it.
So they released this trailer, and then I remember watching some of the gameplay, and it's night and day.
Basically, and I mean, so this is going to be kind of the whole thing, right? It's that, oh, come on, you telling me you're not going to show it on your stupid site? Really? Come on, guys, aren't you proud of your little your goofy sales for this stupid game? Yeah. So, and like it is, like anybody that remembers too, the pricing was already pretty shoddy. You're of course get starting at the $69.99 price, But then, of course, they are trying to lure you in with the $17.99 a month for the Ubisoft Plus. You have their different editions, which, again, some shady shit going on here, of course, because it's funny. It's like, even though you could buy, like, I mean, you had to pay $129.99 for all of this. You got the season pass edition for the gold edition at $109, but $17.99. And they really trying to lure you in with the ultimate edition, because then you get those other game allegedly those other games until they always decide to maybe take them off the market, whatever it may be. But yeah, they have their different editions. And there are people that were stupid enough to buy the Ultimate Edition because I believe it also got that may have been part of the early start, which some people got. Now, this is going to be the hilarious part to all of this, is just showing the limitations and also just how janky this game is. And remember, I mean, Ubisoft was touting that they are not only, or just not no longer, a AAA developer, but now they have gone into quadruple A development for games. But sadly, it looks like Outlaws is not catering to that so much. Let's start with the first clip here. Got I think the character's name is KVS. Yeah, you gotta love this. Getting the caught on invisible wall structure and stuff like that. Always a great way to start things out. And yeah, Nerdy, 3 days early access to the quote-unquote beta, basically. The early access of the game. You gotta love moments like this. Whatever they did it. Yeah. So there's that one. That starts us out a little bit. Funnily enough, for a kind of pseudo open world game, they don't allow, of all things, ability, a certain thing you'd think would be pretty basic. Denied swimming. She just falls right. Let's just we'll play it slow by slow. Here we go. Melee KVS. But yeah, just falling right on into your death there. Blah, 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 blah.
They forgot to put the wasted sign.
Oh, damn, you're right. You're right. We got, and this was just hilarious. This was just hilarious. You gotta love moments like this when it comes to live streaming.
This is like a vast looking game. I think Ubisoft has done a really, really good job, by the way.
Bruh.
This is like a vast looking
game. One more time.
I think Ubisoft has done a really, really good job, by the way.
Bruh. Is like at a eat crow.
Never mind.
Never mind. I love it to never mind immediately too. He's just like about to, man, Ubisoft did such a great job. Oh crap. He falls right in through the world. Like, come on, guys. Seriously, Ubisoft, that's the shit that you allow.
A vast looking game. I think Ubisoft has done a really, really good job, by the way.
Just like that.
Never mind.
That seems like a pretty big mistake to make.
By the way,
I know game development can be challenging. There's a lot of things that they look out for. But I mean, from just normal traversing of the world, it's like, how do you not make sure that basically the ground underneath the character is not, for the most part, not gonna allow you to fall through to doom like this? It's some of this stuff is just hilarious. And then some more, as it's kind of being called here, what was it? The Starbug Outlaws experience in a nutshell. What the? Stop it. There we go. My bad.
Hey, I hit the jackpot.
No kidding.
And here's your half.
Let's get the lap
Told you it would pay off.
Wow.
Yeah.
You actually delivered.
Yeah. And I gotta find because just to Nerdy Neo's point earlier, because people with early access, yeah, they were gonna have to like start over. So yeah, oh god, I hate using that site. No, let me. Even worse. Really? Did nobody else cover this just to make this easier? Dang it! Not even. That's annoying. Well, I'll just have to. So yeah, just to off on the less on the bugs at the moment. I mean, this is kind of another one from Kotaku, I'm guessing Australia. Some Star Wars Outlaws early access players are being forced to restart and lose all of their progress. Well, that's what you fuckers get for buying in early, pre-ordering a game, and getting in on it. So I guess, yeah, some Star Wars Outlaws players hopping into the game via early access were in for a shock after a recent update made it impossible for them to progress further. Ubisoft's suggestion, delete your save and restart the game. That is basically, I mean, in terms of class, like that is a class S bug right there. Like that is something that should not have been allowed at launch. Ubisoft, what the fuck are you doing? In order, like that is the sort of thing that should have been in the testing, yes, but like that should have been something solved in testing. You had however much time to develop this game. You cannot tell me you did not, check for this sort of thing. I mean, I from my time when I did do that one stint of QA testing, I remember like one of the guys on the team, he developed because he was learning code and stuff like that. He developed a program that would help even back up some of the saves so that they wouldn't get lost, because there was sometimes a loss issue. And that was part of and then he started testing that as he was going through it and having it back up to save, but he was, collecting the data and everything to then send off to the devs to work on that sort of thing. How this isn't caught is beyond me. But yeah, so Star Wars Outlaws hasn't officially released yet. So this was the August 30th that this was dropped. Ubisoft open world Star Wars game launches on August 30th on PS5, Xbox, blah, blah, blah. Game is really good, letting you truly exist and vibe in an iconic sci-fi universe. However, Outlaws has sort of launched already thanks to paid early access. You good little pay piggies, you. And for some PS5 players who plopped down the extra money to play early, suckers. They ended up stranded in space after a recent update, making it impossible for them to continue playing. Ubisoft seemingly can't fix these broken saves. That is sad, and is just telling people to completely restart. But here are some Ubisoft units for your trouble. How does that? But that doesn't give you back your time. You spent time, and honestly, to me, that would make me want to drop the game entirely. And in fact, I would only hope that I wouldn't have put in, like, say, in some instances, I mean, maybe because of console, if they didn't buy it digitally, refund it, return it. If they got like the physical copy of the game, return it. Otherwise, I mean, try and get a refund out of the PlayStation Store. Because no, you should not have to. This should not be an issue. This should not be anything that you have to deal with. But this kind of, as reported by IGN and documented on Reddit and elsewhere by early access players, Ubisoft sent out this message asking players to start over in Outlaws to some PS5 players on August 27th, following the release of update 1.000.002. To the best experience the Outer Rim, we rolled out a maintenance to make sure everyone is playing the latest version of the game. As one of the players affected who had access to an older version of the game, we are aware you might be encountering some issues after this recent patch. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have had. Once you've confirmed you have the latest version, please start a new save to fully... Again, this should not be a problem. This should not be the case. This is like some BioWare tier bullshit when it comes to breaking their goddamn game with an update. I mean, that's what I'm understanding here. They effectively broke their save files with an update. This is like some BioWare Star Wars The Old Republic tier breaking the game with an update. Like they had become notorious for that sort of thing. In that game in particular. Keep in mind, these players paid at least $100 for the gold edition of Outlaws, which provided 3 days early access to the game. And now all progress they made during that early access period has to be abandoned. And they have to restart a new Outlaws game to keep playing. Not great. No shit, Sherlock. And in fact, that should not even be a factor. It should not even be, I'm going to rail this home, should not be a thing. On August 28th, Ubisoft seemingly aware of how frustrated some players were about this news. I mean, it is especially for people that shelled out that $100 plus. Like, what the hell, dude? Frustrated some players about this news sent out another message promising to make up for the inconvenience. Here's that message in full via Reddit. We are following up on the previous email we sent you regarding issues with an outdated version. They're just saying, this is your fault. This is all on you. How dare you play the game early? We fully acknowledge that asking you to start the new game is not the best experience, especially during the early access period, and for that we apologize. But you are our paid little piggies, and you paid to be our early access beta testers. Deal with it. To make your return to the Outer Rim a little more special, we are granting you an in-game Trailblazer trinket, as well as 100 Ubisoft Connect units. Oh boy, to redeem for in-game rewards, for example. We are actively working on adding Ubisoft Connect units to your account so you can use these as soon as possible, and you can collect the trinket from the delivery crate in the back with the Trailblazer. Ah, boy. So yeah, and if you're wondering, Ubisoft Connect units are the credits you get in most Ubisoft games for completing challenges. They can be used to unlock extra skins, resources, and other small rewards in games. And the Trailblazer trinket almost feels like rubbing salt in the wound, saying, here's a trinket to put in your spaceship, the same one you got stuck in last time you played. And hopefully all of this is, but I mean, what they say that they try and take that dig, and yet they were just at the start of this article, they were just saying the game is really good. I mean, if you don't hate journalists enough already, get on my fucking level. You fucking loathe, despise these people, and are more than happily and will toss them into the vat of, the lava pits of Mustafar if you could. Get on that level, because we got to get there, folks. These fuckers keep doing this shit. What are your thoughts so far, Hitman?
Ubisoft is absolute trash, and there's no excuse. And you know better than I, because you worked at EA and you are more knowledgeable about games. But if I was the head of a company or the head of a project from development, there's no way that I would this game would be even out right now. Beta testing, whatever, it would not be out unless every single thing was prim and proper and up to spec. And furthermore, I'd like to say that it seems like we are now in an age where we have to continuously patch games and have them delete and reinstall and delete and reinstall. Do you know how many times I had to delete and reinstall Jedi Outcast? None. Because of the disc. Right. So but it's fun. It's hilarious because everybody's like, oh yeah, I'm really the dude was like, and Ubisoft has done a really nice job. Never mind. What I don't understand it. It is completely asinine that we're out here releasing games, charging $79.99. By the way, I'm going to create a T-shirt on our soon website. Our merch website is going to say 79 is the new 59, right, or the new 49. Because back in the day, expensive Xbox games were $49. That's how you knew it was an expensive game, right? I'm not talking about buying inflation or anything. It's just 79 is the new 59. So but you're charging $79.99 for just a base level game. Not to mention Target or what had the a Metal 10 exclusive.
Right. Some of the places had different exclusives and stuff like that.
So yeah, man, it should be, you should be embarrassed. You should be absolutely embarrassed, ashamed, and be serious. The CEO of Ubisoft should seriously be contemplating what direction he should take and his company should take if this is being released as of now. If this is the game, I don't know if this is a beta, if this
it's fully released.
This is fully released. You should be ashamed of yourself. You
I agree.
Releasing this should cause a vote of no confidence in your and Chancellor Valorum's leadership. This is the high. I don't get it. I don't know if it's a cultural thing. I don't know if companies have become lazy, or if they can do this because they can release patches that will fix it. But just because you can release a patch to fix a game should not be used as a crutch for you just to release a game because you just want to release the game before it's done. If that makes any sense. That is just straight laziness. And it goes back to what I've said, whether it be shows, whether it be movies, there is a distinct laziness within this culture of just, we're going to pump stuff out because we want to make money. It doesn't make sense. If you want to make money and if you want to continue to have repeat business, you should make a game that is 100% done. You work for EA, so I don't know if you tested games or in what capacity you worked there and what you did, but you should be ensuring that game is 110% done versus just handing out a polished turd because people are going to buy it. Does that make sense? I get
exactly what you're saying.
If they did this with Gears of War, I would fly to wherever I would fly to those that I don't even know where they're based out of. The who did Gears of War? Oh my goodness, I brain fart. Not I'm getting it mixed up with Bethesda. Who did Gears of War?
I have no idea.
Oh my goodness, about
I never played Gears of War.
Well, you're just poor.
I'm uncultured.
Yeah, you're an uncultured swine that was just filtered, I guess. Anyways, if they had done this with like Gears of War or something, I would be flying to those. I would literally like fly to those offices. No joke. I would literally go down there and be like, "What are you doing?" Why? Because every single game outside, probably, I'm not a huge Gears 5 guy, but outside with every single Gears game, they were amazing. They were complete, and I had no qualms with any of them. Right? You can say, "Okay, Hitman, that's just nostalgia." You're like, no, like they were solid games. Gears 1, 2, and 3, solid. Didn't have any complaint with any one of them. Right? Because they were done. And I just don't get it, man. Like it literally irritates me because, and I'm not even a gamer per se. Like I'm a gamer, but I'm not like a gamer to like your status. And like this irritates me because you're just shysters. Like you're using the fact that you have like patching as a crutch that shouldn't be used, but you're going to use it because why? Because it's there. And like you can rush a game out and say, you can basically save money. I don't know, man. In my mind, it's like we have the ability to patch, so that's our crutch. So we can really we can get this game to about 75% and only spend this amount of money, but we can rely on the patches and spend this amount of money, and in the long run, save more money than what we would spend if we just released the game 110%. I don't know. In my mind, that's how it sounds, right? Or that's how I think it is, right? Because honestly, how much is patching the game? How much does patching the game cost to release a patch? How much does that really cost? It's subjective. You don't know, right? But in the grand scheme of things, like, is it less? Would it cost you less to do a patch? Have a couple people work on? I don't know, man. I feel like releasing a patch is less expensive. And maybe Nerdy Neo can speak to this, or Melee Games if they're in I don't know if they're in the chat, but like, I don't know, man. There's just no excuse for this. It is laziness, and you should be ashamed and appalled. But you know what? They're not. Why? Because they're saving money. Right. Well, everybody else does it, so it's fine. That becomes a standard. Well, everybody else is doing it, so we should do it too. We can save money in the long run. Well, like, no, dude. That like, if, and this is my irritation with gamers, and then I'll put it to bed. As a non-gamer, I'm irritated with gamers because I feel like, and there's some that do, like Melee K and Melee Game, like they're like, I follow them and they're the first to come out and go, speak out against, just ridiculousness. But like, as gamers, like, I feel like there should be more noise than quietness. Like, why are we not boycotting Ubisoft? Why are we not boycotting these major companies that are doing this stuff, that are releasing this crap, man? Like, that's like, that should be 101. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you are riding a bike in a game and you fall through the bottom, like,
yeah,
what excuse can you possibly give or have that would justify that? You've taken this to market. This is out on the shelves. What excuse do you have to justify that? Oh, well, it was just an oversight. That's a pretty big oversight.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's a bug. Oh, that's a pretty big bug. That's like an Australian level size bug falling through a freaking, exactly. Or you're on a beam and you're hitting an invisible wall. Again, I'm not taking away from the fact that building a game is hard. My brother's doing it. I get it. Like, I should probably get a little bit more grace. But again, if you are an established company as Ubisoft and this is happening, you're walking to an invisible wall, who do you have like that? Whoever created that game or worked on that section of the game should be fired. Whoever worked on that part of the game to where the dude like fell, like the character fell through the water, should be fired. Why? Because you've exposed you've exposed this. Like, it's just, that's a big mistake.
Agreed.
No different than Joby Harold should have been fired when he didn't know Anakin. Obi-Wan knew Anakin was Vader. Like, these are mistakes that you shouldn't make. If it's, and I get it, bugs happen, fine, whatever. I can get it, but that's a big mistake, man.
It is. No, I'd say the big mistake is this whole save file issue.
That's like Kyle Katarn and Jedi Outcast, like jumping off a cliff and his head falls off. Like, really bad example, but like, you know what I mean?
I was gonna say that actually would probably. I mean, depending on how his head falls off, may actually work.
Or he, you know,
as he hits the ground, pop goes the.
No, a better example would be on Nar Shaddaa, which is my favorite place to holiday, where he's they have to go. There's a middle part, section of the level, or part of the level where you have to like jump into everything. There's a section that the building it's locked. You have to hit the switch, right? But you have to jump into the glass up top, and it's like he jumped through. You have to jump through the window, and then you just go all the way to the bottom of the city. You just jump. You go through everything. You go through the roof, the floor, everything, and then you die. You end up in the trash compactor. Like it just I don't get it, man. Maybe you can have the floor, but like Ubisoft should be ashamed. They should be. But you know what?
I agree.
But again, the most infuriating thing is like they're not, and they don't care, and they're not ashamed. Why? Because people are buying it. Why would you be ashamed?
Right. When people are buying it. Well, and that's part of why a lot of times people don't like encourage boycotting with gaming, because regardless, you're going to have people, no matter what, buying the game, bad or good. It's going to happen. And gamers are just kind of seen as some of the worst for boycotting anything, usually.
Well, and that's why, like, and I'll say this
usually,
it's like
there have been a few exceptions, but it's like the general thing is like, yeah, it's.
Well, it's no different than Anheuser. It's no different than beer drinkers boycotting Anheuser-Busch. That wasn't the only beer company out there. We're not gonna drink Bud Light, but we can go drink Coors, and we can go drink Modelo. Like, it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, if that was the only beer company out there that produced beer, would they have boycotted Anheuser-Busch? It's the same thing with gaming, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we can boycott Ubisoft, but we can go play, Bethesda or Blizzard or like,
whatever. Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just.
No, where
are my gamers at, man? Like, where's everybody else?
Dude, you're preaching to the choir on this one, because I agree with you. Like, that has been part of a lot of my frustrations with gaming and gamers in general. And I mean, it's kind of funny too. It's like we recently hit the 10-year. We recently hit the 10-year mark of Gamergate and stuff like that. That went for about a year, give or take, and look how that turned out. It fizzled out with a lot of goofy infighting and other bullshit that happened. But
the thing is, they hold the cards, right? Because no matter if you take the stance, and again, I understand your logic, right? Well, I'm going to play old games. Okay, sure, like I get that, right? But at the end of the day, they still get the money, whether you buy it from Steam, whether you buy it from the store, like you know what I mean? Like if you have a problem with.
The only time they don't get your money when you're buying old games is if you are buying old console games and they're used at a game store like
GameStop
sort of place. I wouldn't say GameStop, but like, like the mom and pop style gamer owned people that are running those sort of businesses usually that do resale of games. Like, that's the only time you aren't going to see a company get that money, when you're buying physical, when you're buying like the old game cartridges, old discs, and stuff like that. Sadly, when you're buying digital, yeah, there's the possibility that for certain old games, so some companies may still somehow get that scratch. I don't know if that is a thing or not, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, I haven't. Well, I shouldn't say that's why I haven't. But it's like, when we talk about like Steam and everything, it's like, okay, like who's getting the majority of the money? Like, I guess you could take the sense. Well, I feel better buying something off Steam because it's third party, and they're not getting. They take Steam gets a cut, so not everything's going to the big box game. Or, well, that's not really what I want to say. I guess the big companies, but I don't know, man. It's just. But you hit it on the head, man. Like, no, you're not gonna give up your hobby. You're not gonna, like, I guess what has to happen for people to stop playing games? Like, at what point do we have? Well,
that's the thing that I've asked before, is what is going to be
Gamergate should have been a purpose. I mean, should that not have been an event that would have just really caused people to start boycotting?
Yes, it should have been. It should have been, because it showed a major. It shined a better light, because I mean, a lot of us had suspected that there was shenanigans going on with journos and stuff like that, but like as things progress, it just shined a greater and greater light on everything. And yeah, that should have been a moment for everybody just to be really just pissed off, fed up, and, you know, drawing that line in the sand. But people got to get their entertainment somehow.
Yeah. So I get it. But again, here's the other thing. We almost had, a couple months ago, we almost had Gamergate 2.0.
Well, like it is, it never went away. Calling it Gamergate 2 was just kind of silly. Almost a weird rebranding. But
that's just my
the thing is, too, with Outlaws here, is that for PC, at current, is only exclusive to their Ubisoft launcher. It is not on Steam.
That's interesting.
Last I knew. Hang on. Yeah, it is not on Steam. So it is currently exclusive to the Ubi shit launcher. And here's some more jankiness. Got a little bit. Honestly, this is just kind of making me laugh. You know, I can find some.
This is legit though. This is legit footage. Yeah. So it's.
And here is even some from our pal Script Trooper. Got it. Wait for it. Anything else we got? Oh, broken NPC. Quadruple A gaming, everyone.
You're just walking, just stuck walking in here.
Yep. Quadruple A gaming. Let me just get some chat really quick here, because I laughed at this. Nerdy News saying Melee K Vest. JT Epsilon said, I think K would be offended by that. LOL. Nerdy Neo, she sure would. Especially after arguing with that guy about Vest's looks. Says Epsilon. Yeah, she gets into it. It's pretty hilarious. Nerdy Neo said, yeah, there's a PlayStation bug that got patched and reset players' progress. We just went over that article. And he says, Black Isle does gears now, and it used to be Epic. And hello, Meteor Advocate Timon. How are you, sir? How is the X-Ban? Thanks to your leadership down there. How's it going with that? And he said, I draw my line on a couple of franchises, Final Fantasy, Assassin's Creed, Tales of. I was big fans of these. I hear you. Yeah, I haven't touched Final Fantasy in a good bit now. There's, I think I have one. I think I still have another. Oh, yeah. So this is, I don't know how you want to take this necessarily, but I find it rather funny though. And I got this from Daddy Warpig saying, so it's better than Bethesda's massive mediocre space gaming mistake in one specific thing. Okay. And from JPT Gaming News says, landing on planets in Star Wars Outlaws does not require a loading screen. Instead, it seamlessly transfers you to space, to ground level through an awesome in-game scene that hides the loading screen and keeps you immersed at all times. And this is a little scene here. Which, I mean, I guess you can take that for what you will. loading screen, not loading screen. But the thing is that it's trying to kind of manipulate you that it's still playing the game when, I mean, try and mess with it. You can't. But it's still not it's not that interactive with your experience. It's just distracting you with the idea of, ooh, you know. And then it just goes right into the loading sequence. I get what they're saying, but at the same time, I'm just not buying into it personally. There was that, and then of course, we did get to see the face of the creature. Now I'm gonna end up saying KVS. Goddamn. But yes, of our characters. Oof. She's got the my face hurts. My face is tired. But Andromeda level motion capture, constantly forced and frustrating stealth segments without the proper mechanics to support it. Huge missed opportunity with the reputation system that is extremely easy to manipulate. Okay. You know what, to be fair, a lot of reputation systems, a lot of systems like also alignment and stuff like that, kind of like Mass Effect, Renegade, Paragon, or even in like Star Wars games, light side, dark side, have generally been very easy to manipulate in some form or another. And you want to talk, reputation systems. Really easy to do, even in something like Fallout New Vegas or the Fallout games in general. All you have to do is like kill certain groups of people just to help up your standing with certain groups. So nobody's found like a proper formula for any of those sort of systems. But yeah, this is.
He told me you could mod my speeder.
Yeah.
Just some of the,
of course,
the kind of weird, janky animations.
I mean, mag fins, aftermarket sensors, booster coils.
Which this is almost as making me think of an early 90s game. Or early 2000s for just some of the weird, jittery movement.
I mean, I could slap the repulsor on there now. That's no problem, but without some good Durasteel struts...
It is not good lighting. It is not well set. No, it is bad all around. Hello, Duke Devil. How's it going? Saying, wait, is she wearing a vest like Han Solo? Yes. I think is maybe like the special edition content that you get the Han Solo jacket and everything. Wasn't it bad enough that Lando raided Han's closet at the end of Empire? What? So I guess this makes this chick Han Solo. God damn it. Meteor Africa Tomo said, I'm in the Netherlands. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forget. But I won't share YouTube channels through X. I trust X won't give my data to the censor pigs, but I don't trust YouTube. I don't blame you one bit. And hello, Melissa Lord saying, hey guys, I have been lurking while watching Miami at Florida. All right, cool. GT Epsilon says, sounds like a skill issue for the devs, and everything is a skill issue with these devs. Like, they are just worthless at this point. Okay, and the last thing I'm going to go into for Star Wars Outlaws here. So, I don't know if anybody caught it. On Wednesday, I did my Wednesday stream. I played Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. And, I went for 8 freaking hours. But I beat it. I got through it. Before I got through that, I saw an article by, of all places, of course, PC Gamer. They seem to be getting onto my shit list quite often as of late, when I used to not really pay a great deal of attention to them, but oh boy. But they brought a name of another game into their fucking mouth when they absolutely should not have.
Gears of War?
No.
Oh.
Star Wars Outlaws is the most Star Wars a Star Wars game has been since Star Wars Galaxies. They hit the Star Wars Galaxies button on me. Hitman, they did it. They fucking did it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. And it's actually kind of funny because on Wednesday, it was kind of proof why I generally avoid doing kind of, reactionary sort of stuff, because I do have a clip. I have a clip for a certain segment of this article that I'm going to look forward to. Because while it's not exact, it's still filling part of what they mentioned. But anyways, yes, they invoked the name of Galaxies on me. And of course, what's funny is, of course, this article is commissioned, the affiliate link and everything. But anyways, on to it. When I first fired up Star Wars Outlaws, I was looking forward to getting stuck into two of my favorite hobbies, being disappointed by Ubisoft open world games. And remember the clips that we've just watched, folks, because I am sure, usually a lot of bugs, while for some systems can be different, some things are shared. Being disappointed by Star Wars. Well, Ubisoft, you've really screwed up my plans this time, haven't you? Because Outlaws is a very good game. A very good game that has broken people's saves and has broken the game in general. Has had janky animation. I laughed when I saw I was watching Synthetic Man stream and watched a scout trooper float right the fuck off of the speeder bike that they were riding as they approached him, which was hilarious. But yes, the Disney era of Star Wars has made it very easy to dunk on the galaxy far, far away. But Star Wars has still inspired a heck of a lot of great games. Few of them, however, have truly made me feel like I am inhabiting the galaxy of the original trilogy. And they, of course, also invoked the Dark Forces, was an amazing Doom clone full of Star Warsy. And I said this when I was doing my stream. I hate the word Star Warsy. It is the worst goddamn terminology in the world. I first heard this being used during the new game enhancement era of Star Wars Galaxies. When they're rolling that out, they were saying, we're making Star Wars Galaxies more Star Warsy. What they were actually doing was making it more like they're trying to make Star Wars Galaxies more like World of Warcraft, and to hopefully appeal to that audience instead of like so many things, just respecting the core fan base that they have, and maybe building more towards that instead of trying to pander to an audience that already isn't looking at this game at the game at the time anyways. But yeah, Star Warsy looking corridors. TIE Fighter brought the dogfights to life. KOTOR 2, which was hilarious that they mentioned this as I was getting ready to play that very game. It was an impressive philosophical dissection of the Force, which Kreia ends up being ultimately wrong anyways. The greats all adapt and explore specific slices, but only Star Wars Galaxies, RIP, dropped me in the setting of the films and just let me soak it all in until Outlaws. But Star Wars Galaxies actually allowed you freedom. Freedom to establish your character, freedom to establish a particular class you wanted to play as, and in originally a vast array of different classes for you to play as. You could LARP as a crafter, just making things for people in the galaxy far, far away. Basically being a moisture farmer. You could be a bounty hunter, going from all sorts of targets, from regulars, NPCs, up to when it got to a point that you're able to hunt those silly Jedi that allow themselves to be discovered through Viz. And then just you could be a TIE Fighter pilot. You could be a rebel pilot. You could take part in mercenary work. You had actual freedom that is not going to be presented to you in a pseudo open world, linear story-built game. Like it said at the end of the installation to Star Wars Galaxies, now begins the greatest journey of all, yours. And that was the whole point to it. But I don't know. It's so silly that this person is even trying to compare the two games. But Outlaws actually goes even further in giving us an authentic Star Wars playground. Again, Star Wars Galaxies allowed you to play whichever side of the fence you wanted to be. If you wanted to be an Imperial and kill filthy rebel scum, if you wanted to be a rebel and killing dirty Imperials, if you wanted to be just a mercenary that just wanted to do some smuggling and running and stuff like that, you absolutely could. Or if you wanted to be a creature handler, raising and taming pets, you could. So again, who's this writer again? Who's this? So Fraser Brown, tell me how that even gets close. I guess I has to know. Saying in Galaxies, anyone could be a Jedi. Initially, the journey to Force mastery was long and laborious one, but by the NGE update, you could start your game as an acrobatic space wizard. Again, the acrobatics, Star Wars The Old Republic definitely fleshed that out a lot better for having your kind of more lightsabery acrobatic moves and stuff like that. Saying, here's your lightsaber, go and have some fun. Despite the era during which it was set, the freewheeling Jedi bullshit was very much drawn from the prequel trilogy. Outlaws, though, which is set between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, isn't interested in Force wielders, and neither was Galaxies. Yes, you point out the NGE updates allowed you to be a space wizard at the start, but that was not its primary focus. Especially at the start of all of it. A lot of the focus was just being your average character. The specialty of your character is left upon you to, explore and interact with other people and get into that sort of nonsense. And especially later, they added more things. Before that, they had like the Jabba's Palace theme park. They had other theme parks set for the Imperials, for the Rebels. If you went through the Imperial theme park, you got to eventually work for Darth Vader, Mara Jade, and Emperor Palpatine himself. Even you could see and interact with an early era Thrawn. Because like it is, the Star Wars Galaxies was effectively taking place like roughly either after, it was like before, it was like around Empire Strikes Back, maybe a little bit after that, definitely before Return of the Jedi. It was an in-between period, basically. And it was also meant that, not a whole lot of the ability for a whole lot of Jedi were meant to be around, which is why, like he says, it was a long and laborious one at first, because that was the whole point. You were not meant to have a whole bunch of Jedi running around with a bunch of glow sticks and everything, and that was why they had their the bounty hunters who could hunt them down if a Jedi was recklessly running around with their lightsaber out or something like that, and that not even like activated, but having it in their hand equipped sort of thing would get them caught. So just things like that. But yes, continuing on. Sorry, I'm ranting and raving. Cave S lives in a galaxy where there's only a faint glimmer of hope and no magic. She's a scoundrel making do, hitting up cantinas and hanging out with ne'er-do-wells. The wide open spaces she races through on her speeder are majestic and full of tourist traps, vistas, but the cities are dirty, busy, lived in. Places where every nook and cranny builds this tangible sense of place, a real place. Again, you got more real places and more sets and stuff like that, thanks to player cities. You got very unique feels out of those player cities, because some people were either could be very meticulous on how they were setting up their city. Some were just very willy-nilly and just let people slap houses wherever the hell they wanted. But some were very, like, okay, we're arranging it like this. we have the epicenter, we have the center of the city basically, and built around it, sort of thing. That is what brings things to life. What you have in your Outlaws game is nothing but set pieces, nothing but, more of like in itself just playing out, and that will eventually reset. And something like Galaxies, it could be very, alive in that it relied upon players bringing that life to the game. And it could be from anything from random stuff going on and players hanging out to, if the cantinas had it set up for all the players getting their buffs before they went out to do hunts, people doing the hunting parties, getting groups together to go out and do that, help other either newbie players grind up XP and stuff like that. It had its own unique life, and it wasn't pre-scripted or anything like that. It was alive in probably that's that true sense. Not this nonsense. Outlaws has grounded vibe that I think of a lot of adaptations forget the original trilogy also boasted. Excuse me. Especially A New Hope and The Empire Strikes Back. Back then, using the Force meant being able to jump super high and choke a subordinate. Mostly they were films about a likable group of buds getting into scraps, whatever. Spin-offs, sequels, and prequels have tried to make Star Wars more highfalutin, and I feel like a lot of us fans have been only too happy to buy into that, as if to justify the importance we place on the series, and that's fine. Star Wars can and should be more than one thing, but God, do I crave the simplicity of classics. Again, simplicity. If you want it, that was certain. I mean, yes, RIP to Star Wars Galaxies, but I mean, like it is too, there are plenty of emulator servers that you can find out there that'll, suit that itch that you have if you want to play again, and doing different things, different eras of the game that if you want to jump back into, and kind of also, yeah, like I said, run the simple life. You could be somebody that runs a cantina. You could be somebody that runs a shop for crafting weapons, crafting armor, supplying, and even setting up a shop for other crafters to sell their wares and goods and stuff like that. I saw plenty of that too. People taking the time to design their homes and everything like that. Holy shit, the game had a lot to do, and especially for the simple life. Ubisoft and Massive Entertainment have captured all the fun and the japes, the cheekiness, and in doing so, given us something that feels pure Star Wars in the best possible way. It's charming and silly and isn't putting on airs. A roguish romp where you can punch stormtroopers and piss off crime bosses. Yeah, we've all seen the punching. It's silly as shit. And damn, does it look the part? Well, we saw the opposite of that. When I'm sauntering through settlements, I default to a walking speed normally, only ever used by developers recording gameplay walkthroughs and trailers. Not true. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, I used to do the slow walk all the time. Called it the cool walk. And it made me look awesome. Because Dash Rendar was awesome. And if you want a better game with a no pun intended dashing rogue, then Shadows of the Empire is the place to go. Play the N64 version, play the PC version, read the book, read the comics, get the soundtrack, listen while you read. Peak soundtrack right there. Okay, where the hell was I? Oh, yeah. You know the one. I just want to stroll and take in all the sights. All the incredible tiny details, the messy market stalls, the hollow tables, displays, fathier races, the little hole-in-the-wall boozers. There's just so much bustle and life. It makes each hub feel huge and rich, even though they're pretty compact spaces, but they're all pre-designed. They're all not pre-designed. God, there's another term that I want to use, but I just can't think of it at the moment. But I mean, this is all, they're all set pieces. That's all they are. And they'll repeat though if you hang around long enough. You're not going to hear different conversations or anything like that. So it's going to be all the same thing over and over and over. Coming from a stint in the Jedi Survivor, I appreciate Outlaws so much more. Respawn's Souls-like series is pretty good. The lightsaber fights are rad. Lightsaber fights are trash in the I'll say Jedi Fallen Order because I've not played Survivor, but I'm pretty sure from what I've seen, looks to be about the same schlock. Nerf bat lightsaber bullshit. If you want real lightsaber combat, Jedi Outcast or Jedi Academy. Those two games will give you that true lightsaber satisfaction. Highly recommend. The little robot is cute and they look inoffensively nice, if utterly forgettable. But holy shit, are they boring? Boring people have boring conversations in boring places. So boring. They desperately want me to care about the stakes, but I could not give a toss. And my God, they're so bloody serious. You've got a lightsaber and magic powers. Cal, at least try to have a laugh, mate. I don't know the context of everything in Survivor in particular, but there might be a reason why he might be kind of a sullen character. I don't know. Survivor in particular feels like it's going through a Star Wars checklist. Cantina Hangouts. Well, that sounds like Star Wars Outlaws. They have Cantina Hangouts. You go to them to check in missions, right? Darth Vader duels. Okay. Now, this is where I wanted to come in with this one. They say Darth Vader duels. All right. Fair enough. Duels. But Darth Vader in general, I would still say is part of a checklist that seems to be desired for getting this. And thanks to Mr. Bug on this one, having this clip here.
Love Mr. Bug.
Here we go. Because guess what? Guess who makes an appearance in Star Wars Outlaws?
This is a surprise.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
The Emperor has my report. Zarek Bear's syndicate has infiltrated the underworld into the farthest reaches of the galaxy. We are on the verge of uncovering the rebel network. This is an unqualified success for the ISB.
Zarek Besh has not found a single member of the Rebel Alliance.
That's nonsense.
Without rebels, Zarek Besh is a failure. You, Director Varsha, are a failure.
Failure? The ISB has created the most groundbreaking intelligence network the Empire has seen.
Now, for somebody that's part of the ISB, I wouldn't think Vader would necessarily take interest in this. Would maybe be like a Moff or something like that.
Allowed a rebel fleet to escape from Hoth.
I mean, you want to talk about serving a checklist.
I'm so close. Lord Vader.
Then I suggest you find some rebels, Director. The Emperor is waiting.
So yeah, I just thought that was particularly funny. I wish I had this during my live stream, but I didn't because, well, I was just kind of frothing over the article. Back to the article now. Do you have anything you wanted to add there, Hitman, really quick?
Yeah, we'll get through it.
Okay. Force puzzles, separatist droids. Okay, so they have the stormtroopers in Star Wars Outlaws. Dark Side Temptations may not have that, but the thing is that the Force, yes, permeated everything. That was the whole point, right? It's part of what Obi-Wan said. It binds us, connects us through all the galaxy. Even regular people doing evil deeds does contribute to the influence of the dark side. That's kind of the whole thing. but it's all for naught when the bulk of the game just sees you jumping around in the wilderness as some sad ginger lad. The Star Wars stuff feels like set dress. I'm sure these same complaints can be levied at Star Wars Outlaws easily. Rather than something the game truly embraces. In the end, both games are perfectly enjoyable. I love it. You just go through your little stint of basically ripping on Survivor and everything, but you try to buy it back by, in the end, both games are perfectly enjoyable, but they're bad Star Wars games. Bro. I hate journals. God, I hate journals so much. By not trying to be more than a fun Star Wars romp, Outlaws also ends up being Ubisoft's best open world in years. As a thief with a penchant for treasure hunting, it actually makes more sense for Kay to painstakingly clear a million icons in search of more loot and collectibles. Some of this isn't sounding any different than you going through force puzzles and stuff like that in Survivor or Fallen Order. But Massive has been surprisingly restrained. You are encouraged to explore rather than being directed towards a million different icons and chests. Well, I'm pretty sure with Ubisoft, that is what you're probably going to be doing. When you hear rumors about big paydays, you have to actually go searching, reading the terrain, and using your map the way a normal person uses a map. Revolutionary. You use the map regularly too in Galaxies. You just had to follow things appropriately, and I'm sure you have points of interest even in this fucking game. I've seen some criticisms about the worlds being empty and massive, not making the most of the vast spaces, but I've found the opposite to be true. If you're focused more on the proper quests, I can see how the planets might seem a bit sparse, but I've been taking my time to look for opportunities, listening in on conversations, or browsing misplaced data pads. I said this in my stream. If you want to hear like actual interesting conversations and stuff like that, play a game like Deus Ex, the original. You'll certainly hear much more interesting conversations taking place between NPCs of the world around them, what's going on, and getting into more of the intrigue, getting into more of the conspiracies and all that. Like they said, oh God. Anyways, leaving me with the long list of optional objectives. Whenever I hop on my speeder, I have lots of potential distractions gently tugging me in different directions. It's just that they're not always clearly displayed on the map. Thus, I find myself setting off on proper adventures rather than being dragged to specific destinations to just go through the motions. Really, though, I would have put up with a lot of Ubisoft's usual bloat if it meant getting to experience Outlaw's commitment to and love of the setting. Like the movies themselves, it has a transportative power, kicking me back a few decades to an era when I could enjoy Star Wars without a hint of cynicism.
This article, man. It's like Star Wars Galaxy, or I'm sorry, it's like Outlaws is the new and hot thing, and Galaxies never existed in one perspective because they're ripping on Galaxies, but I don't know. I can't talk about it because I literally will get just livid because Galaxies, and I never played Galaxies, but we've talked about it and whatnot. It's like Galaxies is amazing and it has everything you need for open world, but they're almost trying to paint Outlaws on a better level than they're trying to make Galaxies inferior to Outlaws. Am I wrong?
Wait, say that one more time.
Well, from what I'm gathering, are they trying to make Galaxies inferior to Outlaws?
I think that's what this person is trying to impress upon people. Yes,
but Galaxy.
He's basically trying to gaslight anybody that didn't play. Like, basically, for anybody that didn't play, he's trying to throw the rug over their eyes. While anybody that played, he's trying to construct an entirely different narrative about the game.
Yeah, where's
which I am here to say,
he play this
you
shit?
Stupid dipshit. You are lying. You are full of shit.
Where's Raging at? We need to ask him if he's played the game.
Galaxies or
no?
Oh, Outlaw.
Both, but yeah.
I mean, last I knew, allegedly he was staying away from Star Wars games. It was just Jedi.
That's what he said with Survivor.
I know.
So I don't know, man. It's like it's so interesting and funny. That's like you'll rip on a game and say whatever you want to say about it, but at the end of the day, it's far superior than the piece of crap that you've created. They're both open worlds. Galaxies came out in far before Academy, right? So when did early 80s, 90s? What? When did Galaxies come out?
Galaxies was like the 2000s. Hang on.
Oh, I thought I was holding on to hope it was like.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to go back to the tabletop RPG, that was like the 90s, yeah. But Star Wars Galaxies was 2003.
Why do I think it was not in the 90s?
I don't know.
Anyways, fine, 2000s, but I don't know. I think, and again, I guess maybe I'm biased. Actually, I'm not biased because I've never played Galaxies, but I think Galaxies is a far. So I can say it with somewhat authority. I think Galaxies is a far superior game because you're able to do more. I mean, you talk about crafting and I mean everything that we've talked about. Are you able to do that with this game, or are you just able to repeatedly punch a person while they're just standing in the same spot?
Yeah, repeatedly punch a person, basically.
So this is the problem I have, man. It's like it comes down to what side of the field, what side of the fence you're on. But it's like,
yeah,
I just don't see how this game. I don't understand how this game has gotten. Well, I do because they're shills, right? So that all these companies that I've never heard of, they're saying fantastic and magnificent, like they're doing it for a reason. But like it's gotten all these accolades and why. And again, people will say, well, you can't have that opinion, HItman. You haven't played it. It's like, you're right. I haven't played it, but I've seen the gameplay. I've seen the speeder go through the floor. I've seen the person go through the floor. I've seen the person just repeatedly walk into a wall or get stuck into an invisible wall. So I don't, at that point in time, if these are the issues and it's released, I don't need to play it. Why do I need to play it? This is the product that's been made. And because these are the things that are happening within the game, you can now hold that opinion. That is trash without even playing it. Take the story aside. Put the story aside. Just the gameplay itself is bad. Now, if you want to talk about the story, this is just I guess in my mind, I think it's just a female version of Han Solo.
Right. And I would agree with that from the looks of it. But like I'm pretty sure this is exactly. This is their attempt at their own Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah.
Which I do not think they have whatsoever.
Dash Rendar.
Yeah.
It's Dashette Rendar.
Dashette Rendar, yeah. This is their attempt. They don't have a. I mean, all they're doing is they're reusing Jabba in this. He's at least in Shadows of the Empire, you establish Shizor, who an alien, a Feline, a unique new villain, no force powers or anything like that. Brilliant. But he presented a brilliant, another brilliant. I hate to say another, but he is another. Yeah, he's brilliant. He's trying to outplay Vader, trying to get revenge against Vader for something that had happened in the past. And he was cleverly, finding out particular things to Vader, and what certainly then sparked even more of a rivalry between the two. I mean, and then it was the Shadows of the Empire was a big multimedia project on top of it, because like I said, you had the games, you had the book, you had the soundtrack, and you had the comic book series too, which also added to it. Because what I still loved was digging up taking a picture of the panel of where Luke in that time, because this is after it's after Empire Strikes Back. So he'd had that time on Dagobah training with Yoda. And he is at one point attempting to use the Jedi mind trick on one of Shizor's guards, and he kind of initially fails, but as he focuses and concentrates a little harder, he starts to grasp it a little bit more. But that just goes again to show that they did not make Luke like overpowered or anything like that. They, even in those books, they were still showing he had more that he was still trying to learn before he gets to the point of Return of the Jedi.
The Sith, no, I mean this just in the Acolyte, they overpowered the Sith that force pushed 8 Jedi in one move.
Yeah,
but I think that's important because if you're going to overpower anybody, why would you not? I mean, Luke would be the guy, would he not?
He would be,
but they didn't, and that's the point.
God, I wish I could find that. Dang, I thought I had it on. I thought I had it somewhere, but I don't.
That
I wish I had
the whatever the guy was. Are you?
Yeah. Oh, the comic panel of Luke trying to do the Jedi mind trick and everything.
Yeah, and it's like I said. Well, I mean, I haven't said it today, but it's like. We can sit here and we can read between the lines. We can see these projects for what they are. They're just a shell. How do I want to say it? It's a copycat of.
Yeah, it's just more of like basically like Filoni tier trash panda looting from the universe and stuff like that.
Yeah, anybody who watches this trailer, who knows anything about Star Wars, can see that. To your point, it's literally Empire, Shadows of the Empire. Just like anybody who can watch Andor can see that's Kyle Katarn and Jen Ors. That's not Cassian Andor and Jen Erso.
Jen Erso, God.
If anybody wants a fantastic book and a fantastic soundtrack, I'll forget the name. Who was it? Paul McKee. Who did the soundtrack for Empire? I'm sorry, not Empire.
Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah. Well, I'll get the guy.
God, hang on. Let's see here.
I don't know why it says McKeely.
No, where is it? Where is this? Comic, video game, soundtrack. Joel McNeely.
I mean, I was close. I had the right. No, it's absolutely fantastic, man. My favorites. I've said it to you off screen. I've said it. I know I've said it on the show before. Shizor's Palace is one of my favorite songs. That whole soundtrack, the build up, I mean, the slowness, the build up.
Yeah, Destruction of Shizor's Palace.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Destruction theme. I'm cheating. I'm looking at the track list right now.
Okay.
But I mean, they even redid tracks from the movies into the game and stuff like that, or just reused track. I mean, it was all put together fantastic.
Bro, I would put Shadows of the Empire Nintendo 64 up against Outlaws.
Oh, gameplay wise, I wouldn't, just because. I mean, I'll admit, Shadows of the Empire gameplay is very floaty and kind of.
Did Dash Rendar fall through? It was awkward. Did he fall through the floor ever?
Not intentional. Not like what we saw. No.
Did he get stuck, did he get stuck in a wall that wasn't there?
No, that I could ever think of doing.
I know where you're going with this, and I will agree that you may have a point, but comparatively speaking to this game, that game was perfection.
Oh, I won't deny that.
Dash Rendar never fell through a floor that was stable.
No. Not that I ever saw, at least.
So,
but yeah.
This guy, whoever wrote this article, maybe he's friends with J.I. Cub. That J.I.
Oh boy. Let me get to the chat really quick here. So yeah, Meteor Advocate Tomo says US $2,000 fine if someone is catching using X. That's for people that are not in his neck of the woods that are in his neck of the woods. Yeah, some wild stuff has been going on, man. JT Epsilon said maybe if they actually tried innovating instead of playing it safe, we'd have a new decent system. I mean, that's what we've talked about before, too, is that none of these companies want to take any kind of chances whatsoever. They just stick to that. They play it safe. They play with what they know. And I get it. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it sort of thing. But, I mean, if you want to try and claim innovation and stuff like that, then, yeah, you have to actually take that chance and build something new, not just, you know, claim otherwise. People are getting catched and caught. And hello, Brendan Tran. He says, hey, Fractured Filter and Jay Hitman. Hope you gentlemen are doing well. We are, despite the slop. Brendan Tran says, normally I don't ask on here about documentaries, but have you seen Superman, the Christopher Reeve story? No, but I saw that I had dropped, and I didn't even realize that was a thing coming. So we might have to look it up, and maybe for next week we could talk about it. What do you think, Hitman?
Yeah.
Since you're the DC guy, and that's with a DC character and a man that played for a DC character, I should say. The good old Superman. Hello, Stig Kenobi. How's it going, sir? Who says, hi there, Fractured. Hope you are well today. We are. I am. Glad to see you here, sir. Hope you're doing well. And hello, Static. Saying, yo. Hey, yo.
He did make
it. You're doing well. He did make it. Have you fully tortured yourself with Dustborn, sir? Your Jack Sparrow copy? Just so people know he didn't pay for that schlock. You borrowed it from a friend. Stig Kenobi said, gameplay was never canon anyway, only story-based cutscenes. If a game was novelized, the novel was the canon version. Absolutely, yes. So in terms of, like we've been talking about, Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, the novelization is the canon for that story. I personally do. I love the games. I think they're great because they shine a little more for Dash Rendar, giving them a little more characterization and stuff. But I mean, the book is just filled with so much great moments too, and particularly involving Shizor. They're great. Stig Kenobi then said Star Wars Galaxies takes place between episode 4 and 5. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. I knew it was somewhere in, that area between A New Hope for sure and before Return of the Jedi, because like it is, like you even run into Luke on Yavin 4, some of the Masasi temples. So that's why I was almost like, well, maybe it's certainly before 6. But yeah. Galaxy. God, I love. I just wish I could recapture that feeling again with Star Wars Galaxies, but it's just tough. Brandon Trent says, I've seen some gameplay comparisons to other popular games, Red Dead Redemption 2, No Man's Sky, and Uncharted 4, A Thief's End. Those games have better free roam and stealth than Outlaws. Easily. And I'd probably even say it's especially easy for Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 there's some iffy story elements for sure that are in that game. But I mean, the gameplay wise is fun as hell. Like, I just wish they utilized the multiplayer a lot better than they did. My brother and I have played the bejesus out of the online mode for Red Dead Redemption 2. I just wish they did. I wish they incorporated more of the stuff from the single player into the multiplayer, especially when it came to like fishing and stuff. You can't even do half the things you do in the base game than you can in the multiplayer. Multiplayer is just gimped. No Man's Sky is a game I'm gonna have to revisit though one day, because I've checked it out like intermittently, and I know they've done a lot of updating and a lot of free fixes and stuff like that, which they fucking should. Talk about releasing a broken ass game. But yeah, I have to check that out again someday. And fuck Uncharted, because Uncharted 4 especially, because that's I believe 4 is where Neil Druckmann really started taking over. And that guy's a piece of shit. Sedek says, are they being sarcastic? Using a map as revolutionary? I know, right? What the revolution? They literally give her Han Solo's outfit. Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. Got a lot of love it. People talking to each other. Brandon Trent said, I'm surprised why no one has ever thought about making a Cad Bane game. Honestly, more people would want to play as Cad Bane than a female protagonist. Oh, good old sausage fingers. Well, I mean, we were supposed to have 1313, which was going to be I think another was that Boba Fett, or is like supposed to be like I think either that or Imperial Agent or something like that. And we covered some of the stuff that was being utilized for that game, the underworld of Coruscant and stuff like that. I mean, Jesus, we could have had an earlier game like that. Static said, "Oh, Hitman is comparing a time where video games just worked. You can't do that. It's just not fair." It's true. It's true. Brendan Trent said, where would rank Outlaws compared to other games like Golem, Cyberpunk 2077, and Skull Island: Rise of Kong? Eesh. I mean, Golem was a broken ass game, and I mean, ultimately did fail and everything. Cyberpunk 2077, I mean, like it was. I've said it before. I stayed away from the game once I saw the first like gameplay, quote unquote, heavy air quotes on that gameplay trailer, and I saw nothing but problems from the start. I saw that they are basically utilizing, in my opinion, Ubisoft tier tactics, that they were going to be deceiving with the game, that what we were seeing was not going to be actual gameplay. It is all on rails. It was very scripted. But in terms of like, I mean, for compared, like, I don't know, like I could almost say all those might be about even, but certain ones had certain things backing them up, and there were people that were more I'd say more. I don't see, now this could be just because, again, I'm in my own little bubble, but not as many people defending Outlaws so vehemently. Like, I felt like a lot of people went out of their way for Cyberpunk because of CD Projekt's reputation from like The Witcher and stuff, the Witcher series as a whole. I know Witcher 3 had its problems upon release, but like it felt like more people did not hold that too against them. And Skull Island, I barely knew had come out, so I can't really comment on that one. I mean, between the three of Outlaws, Golem, and Cyberpunk, like, what would, like, worse or anything? Like, probably Golem's probably the worst of that bunch. So, Melissa Lord says the Christopher Reeve movie looks good. Yeah, I'll be interested to if it's, I don't know if they're releasing it on streaming services, which would be the easiest way. If it's in theaters, then we might not. We'll see how we can check it out, and then maybe we'll talk about it. Maybe we won't. We'll see what happens. Static said, wasn't playing Dustborn, shit was borked. Aw, shucks. Well, I know you didn't. Like, I know you didn't. I know he was going to stream it, but he had problems. But like, I wasn't sure if he was still playing it. I guess you're not torturing yourself in private. You're going to torture yourself on stream. Static was napping. Oh, I get that. Napping is good. I like a good nap. Hello, Dan Blackred, aka Liquid Blake, saying watch the trailer for Super/Man. You will probably get hit for copyright, but it's the only thing DC has made in a decade that looks respectful to the character. Oh, damn, that is quite the promo. Okay. Okay, so maybe we'll check that out in between before we get into something else. And hey, it's not like we're monetized or anything like that, so we don't have to worry.
Yeah, what are they going to take from us? Nothing.
Melissa Lord said she teared up, was just watching the trailer. Damn. Nerdy Neo says 1313 was young Boba. Okay, thank you. I thought it was Boba, but I also wasn't sure if they were bringing in a different, like a new character. Nerdy Neo said, while Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky launched in a bad state, they've become great games by most gamer standards. But that's still my problem with both games is that, that should not have been the case. They should have worked on their games, made them in a proper state to release. And No Man's Sky was practically an alpha release. Like, that was some bullshit there. You want to talk some real, like, you want to talk like a bait and switch sort of scenario. Like, if you saw the trailers with that, they were first showing everybody, and then the game we got, that was like a slap in the fucking face. Hardcore too. And you know what? I'm still not ready to forgive either game. I hold them to their release, and they released in horrible states. So, maybe I'll like I said, maybe I'll revisit No Man's Sky, and maybe I'll finally check out Cyberpunk properly. But you know what? No, I at least, certainly not giving any. Yeah. Brandon Tran said the only good thing to come out of Cyberpunk 2077 was Keanu Reeves as Johnny Silverhand, which was clearly a very forced addition to the game. An unnecessary forced addition too, because as I was seeing, like, there were people that had dug up like early, like, it wasn't, I don't know if it's concepts or what, but like it was certainly some early story content. Like, Johnny Silverhand was not as prominent as he became for the original story. It was very different. Meteor Advocate Timon says the early devs talk about Cyberpunk was that you could choose between first and third person. Then you couldn't anymore. I was out by then. I didn't even really catch that because I think for a time I was kind of avoiding a lot of discussion, and I waited for that first gameplay trailer. And like I said, that first gameplay trailer that they released, I was out with that. That was certainly like me going, nope. All right, you guys showing your hand. Peace out, baby. Peace out. Static says Cyberpunk guns are still sloppy feeling. Brandon Trent said, speaking of video game trailers, did you see the Sonic Hedgehog 3 official trailer? It looks like a mix between fun and emotional. I haven't seen any of those Sonic movies. I did see that Sonic 3 trailer though. I mean, I don't know what to expect. I asked some people. I asked Melee K because she's a little more of the Sega fan and Sonic fan and stuff like that. I was just kind of and Melee James as well. Like, I was just kind of asking them, and I guess the most thing that she didn't really like for sure was like the voice of with Keanu doing the voice of, was it Shadow? And like I kind of pointed out, it was just a couple of lines. Who knows how he actually performs the whole thing? But like I don't know, like it, not my thing. But she was saying that the Knuckles TV show was much better for that particular character. So I don't know. I haven't watched any of that stuff. So again, like I said, I've never been a big Sonic person. Static saying, I would love to see you stream Cyberpunk. God damn it, Static. Hello, Greg hates everything. How are you doing, Greg? Hope you're doing well, sir. Saying I didn't hate Cyberpunk 2077 when it came out. It took a lot of putzing to get it to run on my PC, but I played it through. Tried to play it again after that big patch. Couldn't keep my interest. And that's the other thing. It's like another kind of another open worldy sort of game. I don't know. Like I like the whole kind of cyberpunk aesthetic and stuff like that. For looks of the world and all that, but yeah, I just can't imagine. And then having to deal with Keanu talking in my head. I know my brother's played through a lot of it, and I forget his exact feelings on it. Okay, so let's take a look at that trailer. Like I said, since it got such trailer. Oops, stop. There we go. All right. Are you ready, Hitman?
Let's go.
Give me in theaters. Okay. Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation. Today's care, tomorrow's cure. Christopher and Dana Reeve's dedication to curing spinal cord injury and improving quality of life for individuals, caregivers, and families impacted by paralysis continues through the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation. They have their ChristopherReeve.org/donate, so you can get involved. Anything else?
Oh man, that's it's tough.
And I mean, he was not that old when that happened, too. Like, how old was he when that happened?
It was 95, May 27, 1995. I think it's maybe not. I think so.
He was born 52. Oh, okay. Yeah. So he's part of the baby boomer generation. Where is that? So what was he say? It happened in 95?
I think so.
That was like the crazy. Like I even remember hearing about that as a kid.
Yeah,
when that happened.
Movies with my dad. The Zod that we should have had, but never got in the new Superman movies. Yeah, I remember that he landed on his head.
So yeah, he's like probably in his 40s. Jesus. Yeah, he's like 43 or so. That's insane. I didn't really I hadn't known about even like the but I mean I like it is, I haven't always followed a whole lot of actors and stuff like that, but I hadn't known about his friendship with Robin Williams as well. Yeah. Like it is just that, and like they said, it's just almost like just kind of a odd fall to hit like that. Yeah, Greg, I was born in 85. So yeah. Pretty crazy stuff.
I think the most powerful thing is like what his wife said to him, man. Like he's like, maybe
yeah. I mean, that's the most important thing he had to hear too.
You know, she's like,
he said he was worried. He couldn't be the father that he wanted to be or continue to be, the husband. So,
to see where he's, to even fathom what he's feeling, then for her to say, like, I'll support you, whatever you want to do, because it's your life decision. But I want you to know that I'm with you for the long haul. Like that's a true one right there. And like Black Right here says, Christopher Reeve is the only Superman that still matters. Nobody else has owned a role on and off screen like him. Yeah.
Timon is also an 85 kid. Represent. Greg says, I am old enough to remember what raging leftist he was before the horse beat him. Oh, no. I wasn't going to, I had seen some comments on an article about this. And yeah, people were saying they were hoping that they don't go into a lot of his earlier comments and stuff like that. And hey, Star Wars Marvel purist saying, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. Been cooking all day. Did it a premiere today and figured out you can redirect at end. Oh, so sweet. So I linked your... Oh, thank you, sir. Linked our stream at the end of it. You are awesome. Thank you. But yeah, so when did they say the... what the theater? So, it just says only in theaters. Get tickets now. I don't know. I'm there's a part of me that is kind of curious what it does go into for his life and everything. But,
no.
Huh?
Are you gonna watch it or no?
I don't know. Like like I said, I haven't always been big on a lot of actors and stuff like that. And I know like he was, so impactful for being the Superman character. He just said, he embodied the role and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, I don't know. It might be something I might have to check out. I don't know at the moment. But certainly interesting for sure. You have any extra thoughts there, sir?
No, yeah, I'm old enough to also remember hearing about, obviously watching them growing up, and then remembering hearing that he had passed and everything, and he was Superman. No different than kind of growing up. It was Adam West was Batman. In that era at least, Adam West Batman, and he was Superman, and everybody that came after, tried to
bring something of their own.
had to rise to the mantle. They tried to, fill his shoes, but yeah, man, just what it's just crazy. Like, you think of Superman, it's Christopher Reeves. I guess that Batman would be a little bit different. I think, obviously Adam West, because, just the show, TV show and whatnot, and then
even though he was not the first, but he certainly he was certainly quite prominent in the role for sure.
So, but yeah, you look at like what it's just funny. You go through and we talk about like movies and which actor or story holds true to Superman. And I will be the first to admit I'm not the most knowledgeable about action comics, because obviously you had DC, you had Detective Comics and Action Comics and whatnot. That was Superman's role, and I'm not the most knowledgeable, but I would probably agree that he did a pretty decent job in the role of Superman.
Yeah,
but yeah, I might go watch. I probably won't go to theater. I'll probably wait for it to come out, but.
I mean, yeah, depending on the kind of release it has, I would imagine I mean, they say only in theaters, but I wouldn't be surprised if they
I'm sure they'll cut a deal.
Eventually sling it out on a streaming service of some kind at some point.
I mean, well, listen, this is going to probably be more popular than the whole William Shatner documentary we watched.
Oh, God, that. He wants to be a tree, damn it.
Yeah. Oh, man. I should ask Greg if he ever watched that. Greg hates everything.
What was it? What was it called? I am
Shatner.
I am Bill Shatner.
Or no,
he was. Yeah. Well, I think Greg was in the chat while we were discussing that.
Yeah. Call Me Bill.
Call Me Bill. Yeah.
Call Me Bill.
All right. Let's see. Let me go back a bit. Meter Havoc Simona said the Sonic movies are for kids and not that for kids. That is shit and poorly done. Just okay for kids. Yeah, like I heard Melee K was saying that the focus was really goofy. Like it should have been more on Sonic and the characters instead of too much on the humans and everything, which I can understand. Static, just do it, bitch. Hell, so aggressive. Fear of FEMA, hello, how's it going? Saying Cyberpunk was fun enough. The RPG was on the rails. Keanu talking in your head is probably the best part of it. You can only take so much of it. And then Greg hates everything and said, is this the documentary film about a horse who gets revenge? Oh, no. Dan Blackroyd said the McQueen was an awesome documentary, too. Good to know. Meteor Advocacy says, fuck with that damn propaganda. Oh, boy. Got some propaganda talking. Brandon Tran said that John Williams theme of Superman was emotional. Greg cursing us for being damn kids. Brandon Trent says Will Reeves looks a lot like his father, like Chris. Yeah, it's funny how them genetics pass on like that. Marvel Purist had said every Saturday I drop a video. I'll try to do the same. Try to direct. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Can't thank enough. Let's see. Okay, I got that one. Dan Blackridge said, "Oh, you old fucks! I'm 86." Marvel Pure said, "All right, Blake, I'm working on the pure, unadulterated Marvel permanent thumbnail tonight, hoping to start the cinematic this week." Oh boy! All right, that sounds awesome. And he and Marvel Purist is the last couple months of Gen X. Dude, I try to figure out like the whole Gen X, millennial, and shit like that. Like the only thing I really know for the start is the boomers, but like I don't know like what's the cutoff time, and it just cause like everybody seems to have a different interpretation of it. It's so freaking goofy. But yeah. Brandon Trent said the documentary gives some respect to Chris Reeves as a dad because this is from his family. I mean, that certainly that'd be a great focus. Yeah. Hopefully that's what they don't get too much into, because right now politics is awfully more divisive than normal. So if they stick to kind of more of that family life and stuff like that, that'll definitely be a much bigger. I hate to like, you know, go into it like this, but yes, a much bigger draw for people. Marvel Pure said, I love the Dio documentary. I think it came out a few years ago. Good stuff. Nice. Greg hates everything. Says nobody angrily flicked peanuts at mirrors like Mr. Christopher Reed. Oh boy. And Dan Blackburn says that Greg is waiting for the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man documentary. Fear FEMA said Adam West is Batman, and his best episode is where he was on Scooby-Doo. I'll have to check that out. I still have to get through. I gotta watch the rest of the second season of Adam West's Batman. I was enjoying that. I thought it was fun as hell. Greg wants the Tobey Maguire documentary so he can mock his back injury. Come on, do you really need a documentary to mock his back injury? I mean, you're doing it already. Just keep on it, man. Liquid Blake says Greg was furious nothing happened in Seabiscuit. He was waiting for Seabiscuit to curb stomp Toby. Oh, he never watched it. Never mind.
Bro, I didn't even really quick since we have.
Oh, but he did like Pleasantville. I liked Pleasantville too. I remember liking that.
Really quick, I now understand why Greg was saying Nuke Bajor. If I just watched the episode where the Bajoran is introduced into Next Generation, and I agree, nuke them all. Every one of them. Ensign Row, nuke her. Airlock her out or send her out the airlock.
I was not expecting that. Okay, yeah.
No, I just sit there and like I'm like, good on you, the Cardassians. Good on you. Keep it up. Good work.
What is it? I was going with. Yeah, I didn't know where you were going to take. You took me down a path I was not expecting. I enjoy it. I dig it.
Yeah, Nuke Bajorn.
Nuke Bajorn. Star Wars movies. My son loves the Sonic movies. Melissa Lord said, I worked at a movie theater in 2003, so I saw Seabiscuit 100 times. Oh boy. If there's one way to get yourself to potentially dislike and loathe the movie, there you go. Potentially. I'm not assuming you did. I'm just, I could certainly see where it might draw on you. I mean, if you love it, it's like, hey, yeah, I could watch the movie 100 times. I don't know if I could watch it Back to the Future 100 times in a row. I'd have to maybe
Back
test
to the Future 2, where the dude's trying to kill Marty
in
the bedroom.
Brendan Trent said Superman documentary might be available on Blu-ray and DVD a couple months after theater release. Yeah, probably. I'll wait for Captain Jack Sparrow. Greg hates everything. Said the debate over the generational years is because everyone wants to be Gen X. Late boomers and early millennials are embarrassed of their labels and want to throw in with the cool kids. Well, Gen X just sounds so cool. Like it does. It sounds cool. Like that's why. Millennial, not so much. Although I can kind of go in on the boomers. Boom, blow thing up. But Gen X always sounded cool to me. And I learned I was a millennial. I'm like, fuck. Star Wars Marvel Pierce says, adding that to my index card. All right. And Marvel Pierce said, we're the next best besides the greatest generation. Yeah, but you guys are also still responsible for some of the schlock we're involved in right now. Anywho, this next topic is in the let me finally get to one of the topics that is in the title. We'll start first here. So there's this game out. It's an indie game called Soul Lash 2. So it's the second in the series, obviously. But Soul Lash 2 is a sandbox RPG roguelike with a procedurally generated open world, simulated history. That's give me a key note here. Skill-based progression system, customizable abilities, material-based crafting, building, trading, and the possibility of total mayhem. You gotta love that. Will you save your world or destroy it? And right now they are sitting at very positive for not only recent reviews, but also all reviews. And it's being published by Artur Samiarski. I might have butchered that. I apologize, sir, if you ever happen to see this. But let's even just kind of take a quick look at the trailer here for it. Kind of about what you'd expect for an indie game. But you got quite the meticulous looking system. was kind of the thing that did surprise me, and like Greg's kind of pointing out, what does it look like a game made for the C64? It kind of took me by surprise, but I mean, from what they're trying to, I think, do with the procedurally generated world and stuff like that, this kind of top-down 2D style works a little better for it. Potentially. I mean, I've never tried to develop a game, but, you know, it's just kind of funny that, you know, you do have, but open world sandbox RPG. But, you know, this is a funny thing that there ends up being a bit of shit that gets blown up over this little game. And the developer himself kind of put together a neat little thread detailing a lot of the stupid shenanigans that took part. So, over here on X, Artur said, today I would like to share some of the tactics extremists use to apply pressure and crank up the tension to radicalize me. The purpose is to share knowledge and hopefully help others be more prepared when it happens to them. Here are the steps, how I perceive them. 1, initial probing. 2, no doesn't mean no. 3, bait everyone. 4, drag back the developer. 5, go to the developer. 6, flame the culture war. 7, fabricate social proof of bigotry. 8, hide the evidence. 9, question mark. 10, is it over? So getting into it, the initial probing. It says here, the kindest possible request from the kindest soul you could find. How could anyone say no to that? Think of this as the initial test of your character and perception of the socially delicate topic. It's a baiting method to reveal why you might not want to do what they want. But of course, it would be best for them if you say, yes, I think I handled that well. And so we have the original comment posted by 2023 Subaru Impreza. Hey, Artur, thank you for your hard work. I'm a queer fan of your game. Now here's where it begins. And wanted to ask you if same-sex relationships would be possible in future updates. I know other devs, like the ones who made Medieval Dynasty, said they considered it too late to put it into the game. I just wanted to see if it was something on your radar, or if it would be safe for you to implement in the future. Thank you for your time and dedication to this game and this community. So again, to what was pointed out, simulated history. But he responded, the main purpose of the family system is to create a legacy through children. And how do you create legacy? Through children. Certainly not from butt babies. Or what would be the one? The dual scissors. But anyways, and given our limited ways to interact with NPCs, I don't think there's a good way to represent relationships. So I don't plan to expand that right now. More extended interactions were something that some players wished was a bigger focus of the game, but unfortunately, it would take a long time and probably the removal of the conversations and dialogue systems to turn Soul Ash 2 into The Sims, as well as the other games I'm already trying to mix. We're going to have to see if I ever get excited about it, but right now I'm too pumped to go to war to delay it any further. So, you know, he's just trying to keep focus on what he's already developing, and, you know, he has the vision for his game and he wants to stick to that. Trying to add additional things can cause their problems. That's understandable. You want focus and you want to fine tune the other things. And like you said, he's clearly focusing on like conversations and the dialogue and the role playing part of the game, where, you know, you don't always have to engage in relationship sides of things. That hasn't always had to be a thing in a fucking video game. Number 2, no doesn't mean no. Now that the reasoning has been exposed, depending on the response, softening or attacking it directly can still be considered acceptable and be perceived as fine by everyone else. See screen. If your response is reasonable, they know they don't have to be reasonable. Pushing is intended to annoy you and possibly gather support from more people. As you can see on the screen, same-sex marriages could just work the same way as existing ones, also having babies. Minimal work necessary. It defies reality and pushes for the answer to reveal quote-unquote far-right bias. Since I showed myself using reason, which can then be pushed further because I mentioned quote-unquote the stork, or they can go with quote, it's a fantasy. Anything I say goes. Just because things are set in a fantasy setting or anything like that does not mean it by default defies logic, defies reason, defies reality. Yes, you are stepping into a, fictional world and everything like that, but every creator sets certain rules for their world, and he has set them for his. But let's take a look at this next screen cap. So they quoted him. Oh, so it's the person coming back to him. Let's see what they said. Sorry, allow me to rephrase. By same-sex relationships, I mostly just mean adding same-sex marriage in the same way the current system has been implemented for heterosexual couples. Since it seems that it doesn't matter the gender in the current system for babies to be made, it doesn't seem like same-sex marriage would affect anything on that end, and it would be nice way for everyone in your community to be able to be represented across their journeys. This is exactly what he's talking about. They use the niceties and stuff like that. See, this is the thing. They know how to attack others, and then, like it is too, can also know how to rally others to help attack others to further it, as he pointed out. And 3, amass support and bait everyone. The bait has been laid. It doesn't matter if the developer takes it. Now all players from the community can contribute and push for more arguments, or start earning their labels of bigot. Only one or the other. It can even be a false flag if the group is organized, as would be easy to fake. And again, yes, these people know exactly what they're doing, how to go about this. And this is what has always kind of cheesed me off here and there when people are like, oh no, they don't. So basically going to the one argument of the left doesn't know how to meme. And as I've said, the general idiot foot soldiers, no, they do not. But when you do have certain types that are, yes, they know how to go about this. They know how to organize. They know how to kind of, manipulate language. There's a phrase I want to use, but I'm not going to. Anyway, they know how they clearly know how to play the game. Let's say that. So hopefully, he says screen cap 1 is example support. Screen cap 2, example of quote unquote bigotry. I ignored it. At this point, I should ban it already, at least temporarily. I mean, hey, I give further kudos for letting people have a conversation. But let's see, does he label either one? So let's see. Originally posted territory. Thank you for being willing to put yourself out there. I'm an ally. Yes, I'm an ally. Just want to voice my support. From Dunathi here. I agree. I chose to stay quiet due to how the response will inevitably flow toward what's common and easier. There it is. And CK Kirby here said, Appeals to popularity don't equate to a good faith argument either, though. People who bring up this point are mostly looking at history's flow across every culture through time and wonder at why it would be different in another type of Middle Ages world that still has all of the trappings of behavior of the world we recognize. If one can forgive people this inharmonious perception, why do I got the feeling I'm mispronouncing that word? Inharmonious? You'll find them a tad more chill than you might think. If needs must, childless relations would mostly suffice, to go any further without getting crazy, fun would be to implement an adoption system, but adoption would probably require orphan NPCs to generate rather than just our intrepid heroes. I don't believe a generation system of that kind exists, though I yearn for one just to see if mod races can plug into it and generate extra creatures outside of civilizations. Don't get me wrong, though. I think this is mostly a matter of design depth. Something closer to Dwarf Fortress levels of complexity could give the skeleton for truly wild and fantastic options where the conversation goes. I just don't think this will be that game. And, that's fair enough. Not every game can or has to implement everything. And again, this is kind of going into what we've talked about before, is that they just continue to want to bring the real world into a fantasy world. I mean, it's why you see right now with the likes of Dungeons and Dragons, you're seeing, for God's sakes, you're seeing crippled rogues going around getting into combat fights and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. Like, I'm pretty sure a person that is wheelchair bound doesn't really want to play a character that's bound to a wheelchair as well. They want to indulge in the fantasy, indulge in the fun, the escapism, as it were, too, for some. Let's continue on, though. Number 4, drag back the developer. The discussion has been stirred. Instead of enjoying the long-awaited feature, the community argues about same-sex marriage and interspecies reproduction. I mean, they know how to distract people. I give them that. They know how to really swerve conversations in certain directions. And that's why you have to be very careful with some of this. To be very aware of what the bullshit is they're trying to pull. But the decision maker is silent after the initial response. So it's time to call him out and to side against bigots. By any means they could reach him. See a screen. This is a critical step because siding with the baiters presents you as taking their side. This is a trap, and I ignored it. I would ignore it again. And honestly, yes, giving these people oxygen is just what empowers them further. And yeah, it is kind of like what they've said, what people have said before. Don't feed the trolls. Now, on the other hand, I will say there are certain trolls out there that sadly you can't ignore. Little piss ants like this, though, yeah. Let them jog on, do their stupid shit. But there are some out there that have certainly gotten themselves ingrained into the industry that, no, we can't and shouldn't have ignored. But sadly, we're in the place that we are. Anyways, going on. So the 2 screenshots of this, I think another, Twitter post, but the screenshots within it from Dirtler. Good marriage between only man and woman, just as God intended. Blessed update. A quote posted somebody else that said, no same-sex marriages. I suppose I won't be able to play the character I want to play, which means I won't want to play. Dirtler said, no one will miss you. Hey, as they have said to plenty of us, this isn't made for you. Don't play the game. There you go. just don't play the game. What are you so bothered about now? It's funny though how everything has to capitulate to them, has to, bow to them and meet all of their needs. Anybody else, they're sexist, misogynistic, bigots, yada 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 yada. Then the person commented saying that would be cool, but unfortunately, as a player that doesn't like being forced to play heterosexual characters, again, don't play the game then. The system is unavailable to me. You have plenty of games out there that have included same-sex marriages or same-sex interactions. I mean, shit. BioWare has become known for being basically romance simulators. Play any one of those, especially like Dragon Age Inquisition or something. They'll tickle your fancy some way or another. I have 50 hours in Soul Ash 2. Ooh, a whopping 50 hours? You don't say. You've maybe played a little over a week. Good for you. And have loved the game so far, but I feel outcast by both your latest update and its hateful applause. Number 5, go to the developer. I'm very active on our Discord, so the discussion started there. Knowing I couldn't ignore it, I pushed it to a suggestions channel into a topic to at least contain it. And he has the Discord channel here. I don't know if I want to pull any of it up, but let me just kind of take a quick look. Oh, no text channels. Show. All right, never mind. This topic is in the link above. You must join. Oh, okay. I'd have to join the Discord. It started reasonably, but then I wish he just included the screenshots here. I don't know if. Sure. Let's see. I probably should have done this beforehand, but oh well. And he said, what was he said? It was on the. Married with children tweaks. Okay. So yeah, here is the channel he's referring to. So yeah, said consider allowing interspecies. Oh, for fuck's sake. Consider allowing interspecies marriage for the player, choosing offspring race randomly between the parents. Consider allowing same-sex marriages, still deliver children normally. They come via stork anyways. Okay, so that's why he said he mentioned the stork part of it, because that's how the babies arrive in the game. Okay. Multiple spouses, harem/reverse harem. How's there a reverse? Having a harem's a harem, you dumb shits. Sorry, but it's true. Having a big family and lots of heirs to choose from. I'm guessing this would be bigger pain to implement. Edit, possibly use the default default off toggle on characters creation, same sex. Let's see. You're viewing older. Let's jump to if there's anything really in the present. He eventually comes to saying, I think this topic has run its course. The conversation doesn't have anything to do with making the game better at this point. I've read everything on all channels and I won't change my mind. I will repeat what I said at the very beginning of this topic on Steam community. I don't plan to implement relationships, sexuality, or sex. This is not what the game is about, and there are a lot of better things to implement ahead. I'm locking this topic now. If anyone has new worthwhile idea to add that would improve the game, feel free to message me in private. God. So yeah, it looks like from some of this, they're just talking about some of the social aspects that have gone on in the real worlds. Jesus. So yeah, if you want to, absolutely visit the post, you can go and check out the mutant Discord there, or at least that mutant conversation going on. We'll continue on with the rest of the Twitter thread here. So 6, flame the culture war. Oh, okay, so so he says here, it's been a week, so everything needs to be cramped. Everyone is a bigot. Absolutely. Targets get angry and lash out. Yeah. Everything needs to be in flames. Absolutely. Burn it down. And everyone is angry. This is to force the developer to act. And this is when I made my second statement, closing the Discord discussion, which I just happened to have read from the thread that he had. So I've already covered that. 7, fabricate social proof of bigotry. This is the most dangerous step of them all. As you can see, set up to this point, I've taken a very tame position despite these people turning my communities into a dumpster fire of a culture war about a feature I said I wouldn't work on right now. Now, that's even something that I caught for a moment, but I didn't quite jump into. But yes, he says right now. So even after the game is developed out of early access and stuff like that, is something that he could end up considering. I hope, sir, you do not. Never bend, never bow to these, never capitulate to these people in any shape or form, and also just never, sorry, but, no. This stuff has no place in the games. None whatsoever. Ignore it. Get rid of it. Ignore the whole idea completely. This is where the extremists organized to establish social proof of the developer being a bigot and a racist. Where does the racist part come into this? Is that because of the lack of interspecies erotica, for God's sakes? We have disgusting, filthy, degenerate fucking people out there that want to basically bang animals. I don't know how okay you are with it, but I'm certainly not. And I wish we could get rid of these fuckers. Anywho, the purpose of the reviews is not to attack a person's livelihood. This hasn't been a review bomb yet, but to establish proof to attack the name. Oh, wait, sorry. This is where the extremists organized to establish social proof. Developer being a bigot and a racist. Oh, yeah. But yeah, as you know, my name is a brand. I have been making my games for over 5 years. Awesome. Congrats, sir. Keep it up. And I promote my business under my personal name. Oof. Yeah, that's the risk you take when you do that. Not the name of my business. Okay, but it's like 5 reviews, right? And I, thanks to Melee Games, I will be, I don't know if Artur here has the posts, but I I have those for the end of this whole piece that he goes into. Wanderbots said I should just take it. Wrong. These are 5 reviews with 20 plus likes and multiple community awards showing support. One is enough to share with the world as social proof to paint someone as a bigot. See screen 1. This was when I banned both biggest offenders. The ones shown have low play time and I assume are just alt accounts from all my communities. The review about the ban has been edited. Sorry. To remove the name calling and now presents quote unquote clear proof of oppression against the against the alphabet mafia. So let's see. So this one here is from that 2023 Subaru Impreza. Developer banned me from the Soul/2. I want to say Soul/ for some reason. Soul/2 community for asking him to implement same-sex marriage in the same way he implemented heterosexual relationships. Heterosexual relationships is natural. The other one is not. There. They linked the ban. Notice the ban. He enabled his community to harass me with homophobic rhetoric, which they still do to this very day. cannot recommend supporting this game with a clear stance by the dev and his community against the LGBTQ AARP plus player base. Addendum. I'm disappointed in the route the developer is currently taking, trying to spin the narrative of an organized gay review bomb. You people do review bomb. You do it plenty of times. But you just bask it as something else, like it's righteous and good. And anybody else that, does, review bomb the shit out of any of your products, then yes, then it's homophobic and racist and bigoted and blah, blah, blah. Well, you can go fuck yourselves. When in reality, he destroyed his current community for money and replaced them with people with hate in their hearts. Without a second thought to the people he might hurt in doing so. Do better, Artur. Do better. But I do love it. You got 242 clown emojis there. Got the little 54 awards, but yeah, I love it. The 242 clown emojis there. Second image here of Ekronite. So the Subaru person has 40 hours on record for the game. This Ekronite has 2.2 hours on record. Game is all right. Dev is active, but they are also pretty bigoted. They don't feel comfy playing or recommending a game with a dev like this. In case anyone wants more context, the developer is going on an insane homophobic rants over Twitter. And a bit in his Discord as well. Shadowmar, 0.8 hours on record. 10-1, they bought it, returned it immediately. Hard coding marriage to be exclusively heterosexual so that modders can't even add same-sex marriage is really weird, man. Hey, it's his game. He can do whatever he wants with it, right? I mean, that's what I've heard from some people too. Like, hey, he can do whatever that it's his game, his company and stuff like that. He can do whatever the hell he wants. It's his product, his thing. Don't like it? Don't buy it. Don't play it. What do you want? I do love it. 272 clown emojis, the 58 on the other one. So those were those reviews, quote unquote reviews. Number 8, hide the evidence. The social proof is being established. Now it's time to clear all the evidence of wrongdoing. They didn't expect my ban because they didn't get to clear everything. That's why, people, you archive, screenshot, show that link in that screenshot. Always have always have your receipts. So anytime that you are dealing with any of these schizoids. This is important for future narratives. It should be known publicly that the word bigot or racist was not used until the developer acted harshly, like banning. Yeah, like he said, like he pointed out, they are playing nice. They're using, positive language and everything like that. But that was this old manipulation tactics. So let's see here. So inside this, one of the posts was from the Subaru. I realize it might be unsafe for Artur to put same-sex marriage into his game, as Poland itself is struggling with legalizing same-sex marriage, among other things, and is why I asked if it was okay or safe for him to implement it into his game. Poland? I know you aren't hearing me, but still, don't fucking do it. Learn from the States. It was a big mistake. Yeah, I'm fucking saying, I don't care. If Artur doesn't want it, that's fine. But the argument claiming that in order for a fantasy medieval game to make sense and to have quote unquote realism, alphabet people can't exist boils my blood and is usually an argument made in bad faith, especially with Baldur's Gate 3 being game of the year. Fuck that stupid game. It was boring, dull, and your game has a bear fucker in it. Your game is pushing basically bestiality. I don't care that it was a human that transformed into the bear. It still happened.
Bestiality.
The bear. You are pushing that sort of degeneracy by implementing that stuff into the game. And I liked, that was the thing. I liked Larian Games. I liked what they did with Divinity Original Sin 2. I liked that game a lot. But I couldn't get behind this one, especially when I heard about the bear fucking. Artur, and then somebody responded to Subaru there. Kekard Kane. Artur already said he's implemented this relationship system as a means to an end for reproduction and a continuation of characters. That's all there is to it. Not that he doesn't want it, quote unquote. Stop trying to frame him as if he's against it because he isn't immediately adding or guaranteeing he'll add it in the future. Leave Artur to craft the game. Absolutely. I'm 100% behind that. With the vision he set out with. If that vision includes same-sex relationships, then so be it. If it doesn't, that's also fine. Enjoy the game for all it entails because it's a hell of a lot more than a fantasy family simulator. You're doing great work, Artur. Keep it up. P.S. Looking forward to necromancy and any other magic you're implement. Subaru replied to this person saying, this would be fine if he was making this game outside of an early access funding system, but since we're funding him through the stages of this game, I think we should at least be able to have a say and ask questions so we know where he stands, so we, the alphabet people, have hive mind, can react. Hey, at least you admitted that you're a hive mind. Thank you for that.
The Borg?
Act accordingly to enact our secret true plan of hijacking Artur's game. Hey, you're admitting to this. Thank you very much. Artur's game out from under him and making it a big gay fantasy paradise. Thank you for admitting to everything that you bunch of scum suckers do. And hey, Captain Keeley, how's it doing? He's saying good day, chat. You came in at a hell of a moment, man. And then continuing saying, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you dang kids. Oh, they're being, look at you. Oh, you rascally pedo beaver on page 3. Well, at least they're admitting that they are PDF file degenerates. It's good that you can openly admit that now. And now we can just act accordingly. Anywho, but yeah, so post history. Man, Artur is just coming out with everything on this. He shows the 2023 Subaru Impreza person, deleted post. Wow, look at this. This is some schizoid stuff. Edited, like all within times of each other. My word. I don't even know if schizophrenic might be nice. Yeah, you really did. Number 9, question mark. This is when I took the offensive to Twitter. I wrote a strongly worded tweet to express my heart and grab everyone's attention so that ordinary people couldn't resist and move past it. And it's this post right here saying, my grandparents survived the Nazis. My grandparents endured communism. I had to live through religious oppression since the age of 10. And now some spoiled brats think I'll bend my knee to their rainbow flag or else they'll type some words. I already have a flag I'm proud of. He's got the Polish flag right there. There you go. Go Pump. Let's go. I taunted the extremists, as you should. Always mock and deride these people. They do not deserve anything else. Extremists to reveal themselves by belittling them. Then I didn't address them directly. Exactly. They are not coming in with any good faith arguments themselves. They want to claim you're not, but in fact, they are not. Yes, mock, deride, attack. Fanning their flames by not giving them attention, and explained what was happening to every good person who came across this and was willing to listen. That's when I started gaining public support, thanks to people like Grums, who took notice and reached out to help. The initial quote-unquote 4 million views hate retweet became an advertisement against the rainbow extremist cause, and you can see the rest on my timeline. And then there was the post he mentioned earlier. 10. Number 10. Is it over? The extremists can't stand losing, so they continue to grasp at straws and bait the community. They will come to my communities and try to spin lies, so I keep banning them immediately. The good thing is that we've resumed normal operations with a huge activity boost on Discord and Steam. All right, awesome. They try to paint everyone in my community as homophobes or far right, but if you see who's on r/roguelikes from my discussion with their mods, you can see that everyone from these extremists is to the right, including centrists from what? This is from my discussion with their mods. I can see that everyone. I'm not understanding that part because they're not far-right extremists, right? Including centrists from half across the globe, like me, who they view as leader of a neo-Nazi and anti-LGBT. Oh, okay. So they're saying you're okay. My mistake. I just was misunderstanding some of that after this whole controversy. But I continue not to address them directly and make my stance clear that I'm building apolitical spaces. I applaud you for trying, sir. I do. It's a tough thing, and usually, sorry, dude. Yeah, you could play this. You say yourself you're a centrist and everything. You're gonna have to pick a side eventually, dude. Or you're just gonna have to also then watch of what happens to them when those of us that have chosen a side decide to deal with these people. It won't be pretty. I talk big though, because I'm a dipshit behind a microphone. Anywho, but I continue not to address them directly. Okay, so yeah, how would you have handled this attack? Let me know. Hey, dude, I could just say that you certainly handled it as well as anybody could. Kudos to you for not bending the knee. Most developers, especially game developers, have been pretty weak-kneed and cuckolded by these sort of groups and mental cases to capitulate to their very needs. Good for you for not doing so. And then also, and part of some of this is I do want to get to what Melee Games. So also here was some of what was shown for the review bombing, which, took place. And again, so this came from Melee Games. He sent me all the links that they used to cover this situation. And so, yes, like you can see from the Steam reviews, it went from it went from like an and I saw it too. Like it was in this whole mixed review segment and everything. But now, yeah, as you saw, the game on the store page, at least currently, as we were talking about this, is back up to a very positive for both not only the recent reviews but all reviews in general. So that's awesome that it came back like that. There's also the Spurg, at least one of them. And again, like I said, all thanks to Melee Games here. And this kind of goes into like what Artur here was talking about, how they certainly try to reframe things and basically like gaslight an audience into thinking the complete opposite of what was going on from like what he presented. So this Wanderbot. Devs, add marriage and children to this game. LGBTQ folks respectfully ask for respect. I mean, yes, they tried, but claims the dev blows a gasket and bans them. I showed you everybody here, and then if I happen to clip this to whomever is watching this, I showed off the responses from that very thread that was going on. I felt he was respectful. I felt he did not blow a gasket as this person tries to. Oh, I am not even sharing the goddamn screen. God damn it. Anywho, okay, sorry, but yeah, tries to. We all saw he did not blow a gasket. He was very respectful. Certainly more than I probably would have been. I might have told the person just to go fuck themselves and fuck off. I'm not putting that sort of trash in my game. But he was very respectful and handled it quite well. It elevated to that position of him having to ban these people because they kept instigating and pushing and pushing and pushing. Couldn't just leave it at him saying, listen, not right now. I have other things to focus on. That's not a hard thing to understand, at least not for normal functioning people. Then goes on, LGBTQ folks, leave a few reviews. Dev goes full mask off with his hate. Hate to see it, but also good riddance. I hate these people. I really fucking do. And try to show. I mean, I don't know how this is like any kind of proof against him. Oh, person said, you do realize Nazis and communists hunted down and killed gay people, right? The persecution. You did not pay attention to what he said. This is again what they do. They try and reframe anything of what's being discussed. The persecution you and your family face are real. I don't want to discount that, but they don't mean this. They don't care. But don't use that pain to justify discriminating against people who face the exact same persecution.
This article gives me a headache. These people
I think some people did. Yeah, so a lot of the comments you're going to see in there is very much to their shit. And again, this is very much like he said, ignore these people and mock and just move on from it. And hopefully he does continue to do just that. Because these people are mental. They are just trying to take over your game, your hard work, and go basically with any suggestions that they make. And if it happens to get through, they're going to claim that's all them. That's all. They'll take all that fucking credit. And you did absolutely nothing. I think that was, and that's another thing they don't want to admit to, huh? Media Advocate Timon, like he says, who killed gays? Che Guevara and Fidel. But those are their communist heroes. They can't admit to that. But like it is for that game, and all I can say is it looks like things have settled down. And this in future devs, take this note, take this under, can really look at what he's talking about, follow the thread, and don't fall prey to those wackos. Stand your ground, create your game, put out your vision that you want to see for your game. It's your game. Make it how you want it. So, HItman, do you have anything you want to? I've just kind of gone over and ranted and raved. And everything.
People
you're muted, by the way.
What? I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
Still muted.
Are you sure?
While you're getting your voice back. Let me go back really quick. Some of the chat. Because I know it confused people at first. I kind of caught some of it at the corner of my eye. Not muted. Oh no. Is your microphone not working or something?
Are you there?
Maybe leave the stream and then come back in. Maybe something just got borked there. Okay. Let's see here. Is he back? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. Did your headphones switch off or something? Or your microphone switch off? Like, what happened, dude?
No.
I'm not hearing you. Technical difficulties, folks. We'll figure it out. Star Wars Marvel Beer said, nope, that was the fucking boomers. Greg said, Back to the Future 2 had Lorian's enhanced boobs, so it's 2 stars better than the first. Hey, I like the first one more.
Can anybody else hear me?
Marvel Beer says, never voted for a lib in my life. And then here's where Greg asks, what did it make a game look like for the C64? Advocate Timon said, I don't get it. Hey, we got there eventually. Like I said, I was setting everything up, showing what was going on. Greg hates everything. Said procedural doesn't have to look like shit. You know, everybody has a theme and a style, but I look his mic. Okay, yeah, Hitman's mic has borked.
Yours is borked. I'm fine.
Oh God! So were you ever trying to talk earlier while I was going over some of that? Oh no. If it's unplug it and plug it back in. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Maybe reset your laptop. Wait, the chat can hear?
I'm here. You've muted me.
No, I didn't. I didn't mute you, and I can hear you now.
What did you do?
Oh my God.
What did you, boomer? I've been here.
I'm so fucking stupid.
What did you do?
So, because you were so quiet, and this is how I'm gonna blame you now. I'm gonna blame you. You were so quiet that whole time. And I think you did mute your mic at some point. No. I stopped hearing your rustling around. Because your mic always hits your beard, I think. My headphones, after a time, will switch off when they don't hear sound. And I didn't quite register the do-do-do-do when they turned off on me. So
you muted me.
I didn't mute you. My headphones, my headphones. Well, no, the chat can hear you. The chat can hear us both, but I couldn't hear you because my headphones automatically turned off from not having registered sound going on through them.
You running a diagnostic.
I'm very sorry. That is completely my fault. Like I said, for some reason my brain didn't register the whole turn the headphones automatically powering down, because they are wireless headphones, and I think that's why when they don't hear the sound after a time, they think they're not being in use, so they turn off automatically. I might have to look into I might have to see if there's like a thing to change for that, but it's my fault. I boomered. I'm sorry. My bad. I thought for some reason, I thought your mic is, I'm sorry. My bad.
I didn't mute it. I ran a diagnostic.
No, you didn't. You're good. It's my fault. Like I said, my headphones is turned off after a time.
I saw statics. He's like, I can hear it, man. I was like, I'm talking. And then everybody else was like, I can hear him. Crazy.
Greg,
you were just like I said.
Greg liking the butt babies comment.
Yeah, I did hear about the butt babies.
Wheelchair pirates, says Timon. Yes, the wheelchair pirates. So Static was confirming, yeah, he could hear. Fractured has gone deaf. No, not deaf. My headphones just switched off on me.
People thought I pulled a Fractured and fell asleep while I was listening.
Yeah, I thought you fell asleep during the stream because I was talking so much. Yeah, Static said we could hear you both.
Took a 3-hour.
Nerdy Neo says that means you're talking too much, Filter. I was going over that thing. He could have interjected at any time, but he's just very polite and he waits until I'm done. Even though I'll mouth off at any chance I get when it comes to some of this stuff. Egg on my face, folks. Egg on my face. But hey, that's what live streaming's all about. The goofy instances like this. You can't get it anywhere else, right? No deaf, just stupid. Exactly. I did go to California public schools, so I'll blame that till the cows come home.
That's funny. That made the show. That little segment right there, which was not planned by the way. He literally turned off.
Like I said, Nerdy Neo said it. I was talking too much. So I was over. You weren't saying anything.
His headphones were like,
dude, chill the fuck out. Okay, chill it out. So yeah. Okay. So now, do you want to? Was there anything you wanted to chime in with all of that stuff about the developer and the weirdos coming after him and all that, or?
You see that now? Did you see? That was my mic muted. I did mute myself right there. That was me muting it. It's all very just weird. Just where's the clip? Where's the clip? Please play it. Every time I want my clip, I want my clip.
You know, I gave you the ability to have access, so all you have to do is switch. Yes, but hang on.
Boring and sad.
I guess what it comes down to is like if you want to make a game and you want to implement, same sex and all that, just whatever, like then make your game, whatever. But don't get mad if other people have an opinion.
Choose not to, yeah.
Right? Like because at the end of the day, like my whole viewpoint is you're just taking the chance, you're using the opportunity to interject whatever you want to interject in the game. But like, don't get mad if I don't want to play it. And just because I don't want to play it, don't come after me. I don't want to play your game. And it either comes down to your game's crap, or I just don't want to play your game because I don't believe what you're doing is right. So
and like I said, it's like they tell us all the time, don't like it, don't watch it. It's not made for you. Yada yada yada. Right. We've seen that countless times. But then it's like, when we don't watch, when we don't consume their bullshit product, you're hateful, you're bigots, you're all the phobes and this and all this bullshit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just comes down to like what you came up with was just crap, and I don't want to watch it.
Right?
Have you thought about that? No, but you
of course not.
If you don't watch my stuff, then you just are racist, bigot, homophobe, xenophobe, and no, man, like I just don't want to play it. Like Spider-Man 2, like I don't want to play it. Hogwarts Legacy, I don't want to play it.
Right.
Games, like I want to play it. And I don't agree with what you're interjecting, so like I'm not gonna play it. But like, don't come at me because I don't want to play it. Like that's my right. So I don't know. Everything is just so sad and boring. I just don't understand. Literally, like that is like the embodiment. Like that will be forever my clip. Like I'm now adopting that clip. And today at 7:19 p.m., I adopt the sad and boring clip because that's all I have. That's all I have. That's all I have to hold on to when we go over like this. It's like why must everything be so sad and boring?
Yep.
So it's just interesting. Like it's like the Acolyte. I don't know if this is a bad example, but the Acolyte, right? So like, you got the Star Wars fans who love and care about lore, don't want to watch that show because it breaks lore and it interjects just ridiculousness. Like, the lesbian witches creating, two twins that now rival or make Luke and Leia, or I'm sorry, not Luke and Leia, make Anakin irrelevant. Like it's so stupid. So I choose not to watch it because it breaks lore, but I also happen to disagree with what they're interjecting. So now it's my fault. And because I don't want to watch it, like I'm at fault. It's my fault because I don't want to watch it. But if I created a show that they didn't like, it's okay because it's just very double standard-esque. So,
very much so, yeah.
But they don't. I mean, it's not double standard when it comes to them. It's fine because
like it's when they go about this stuff, it's all righteous and correct, and they're on the right side of history and yada yada yada. So
yeah. So
If only our side could learn a little thing or two from actually, they like it is. They set the rules. Nobody else wants to try and fight them on it, but oh well.
Not at all.
Yeah. And if anybody that does want to check out that game, let me know. I can always drop a link. Otherwise, you can always search them out. All the information was from the video. There you go. Let's see. Okay. So we'll finally get to some of the, and this might be a little bit quicker to get through. Because I'm just gonna kind of lump these two together effectively, because it's kind of funny how all this is taking place too. And this will be, let's see, we're Activision. We got the Indy Dev just now. We took a little extra time with Outlaws, which was a long time. Yeah, let's get into, so again, this was covered brilliantly by James and Kay of Melee Games on their most recent podcast. And I had seen this crop up, but I think they did a brilliant job also discussing it. And I'd say when you get the opportunity, for sure, check out what they had to say. But here's what was dropped. And again, thanks to James, he gave me the links to this one in particular, which was from Grums over on X. Feel how you do about the guy, but he does catch a few things every now and again that isn't too bad. And it says, breaking, Activision and Blizzard rebrands DEI as companies flee the label and downplay DE&I and ESG. The terms are now deemed toxic to their political agenda, but nothing has changed. They are just trying to hide it now. I've confirmed this with multiple sources inside of Activision Blizzard. And this person, Kirsch Verstal, is a VTuber, also apparently called it months ago. The rebrand is here. And here we have this Activision Inclusive Growth newsletter saying, team, we have some news to share. Going forward, we'll be changing the name of our group from DE&I, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, to Inclusive Growth to represent the dynamic and strategic work our team is doing to bring inclusion and equity to our people, candidates, game across development and creative processes across the business. The change to use inclusive growth also better reflects the dynamic and amazing audience that plays our games today and ensures we are growing in the right ways with our community. The adjustment does not impact one of our core values of championing diversity, equity, and inclusion, DE&I. That work and value remains critical to our culture. This change simply better reflects our strategic people and business opportunities as we look to our future. If you have any questions about this change, check out these facts or reach out to a member of our team. And this is going to be kind of the other thing, though. This is that, yes, even as he kind of points out, this persecution had been talking about this months ago, and it hasn't been unheard of. And I think even also Tim over at United Spacers Alliance on the spacing, they talked about it quite some time ago that this was going to be a thing of. I don't know if Greg or Liquid Blake still in chat to confirm that, because I want to say they did cover it at some point of the terminology changing. And even because also I have here the Washington Post had covered this, and this was May 5th, 2024. DEI is getting a new name. Can it dump the political baggage? There we go. Under mounting legal and political pressure, companies' DEI tactics are evolving. I think that is definitely probably the more correct language for it, too. Last year, Eli Lilly's annual shareholders letter referenced the acronym for diversity, equity, and inclusion 48 times. This year, DEI is nowhere to be found. In March, Starbucks got shareholder approval to replace representation with goals, replace representation goals with talent, performance for executive bonus incentives at Molson Coors, People and Planet. Metrics have displaced environmental, social, and governance (ESG) goals, and acronym DEI has disappeared altogether. Amid growing legal, social, and political backlash, American businesses, industry groups, and employment professionals are quiet scrubbing DEI from public view. Though not necessarily abandoning its practice. Absolutely not. They are still, and I mean, like it is, this was May for this article. They are still furthering all of this sort of stuff. Like they said, they are trying to hide it. But let's kind of, as they rebrand programs and hot button acronyms, they're reassessing decades old anti-discrimination strategies and rewriting policies that once emphasized race and gender to prioritize inclusion for all. A stark contrast to 2020, when the murder of George Floyd unleashed a racial justice movement that that has nothing to do with this. Year, Supreme Court struck down affirmative action in college, universities, and landmark ruling that found race-conscious admissions violated the right to equal treatment. Under the Constitution, a growing contingent of critics are arguing that DEI creates inequalities of its own. Some conservatives have blamed DEI for a variety of problems, such as the Baltimore Bridge collapsing and Boeing safety woes, without providing evidence. I mean, when you are in a society that is losing the idea of meritocracy of hiring, capable people and stuff like that, and you just look around and you kind of see this happening. Absolutely. Hey, yeah. But I mean, why should anybody else have to prove anything? You don't. Why should, much easier. Keep on the attack, people. And I know this is an old article, but I stand by it. Dozens of anti-DEI bills are being considered by state legislation. Let's just clear the whole block. Just clear it all. Get rid of everything. Get it back to the basics. Johnny C. Taylor Jr., Chief Executive, Society for Human Resources Managers, said the practitioners of DEI and antecedents traditionally have focused on improving representation for historically marginalized groups, believing the magic bullet was diversity. We understand that inclusion was the real challenge. Now people are saying not only should we probably call it something different, we should probably evolve it. And, so this is going to be kind of furthering all this, talking about the DEI stuff. And that's basically, again, what they are very good at doing is sweeping things under the rug, making things go very quiet, making everybody believe. And I hate to make this kind of analogy, but they are very much in the ways of Darth Bane. They know how to play things from the shadows. They know how to hide their motives from, the usual goings-ons, and they will work from another position to deceive people. And that's what they have done through video games, through movies, television, music. They have attacked society as a whole with basically the whole diversity, equity, and inclusion just through other means, just not using this terminology. Them using this sort of terminology was them being very brazen and open. Yes, like they thought their shit didn't stink. They could get away with it. They got kicked back. So now it's called, okay, roll it back a bit, hide it back under, sweep it under the rug a bit. But this is still gonna be stuff very. And this is why just like how they will point out the quote unquote racist stuff in old cinema, movies and TV and stuff like that, I'll point out exactly their very heavy left-leaning bullshit that they have pushed throughout the decades. But you're being like them. I'll use their tactics. I'll fight their fight. That's why, like, my brother and I, Schuster and I, we tried watching something like Babylon 5. That was a very heavily leftist cuck show. It had the homosexuality. It had all the bullshit ingrained into that show. It's always been there, and not just that show, in many other shows. You can see it. You can choose to ignore it, go by it, whatever. But it's been there. And to like for in terms of like in the realm of gaming, we've been dealing with this for a very long time. It came to the boiling point with Gamergate, yes. And it's been a fighting thing for a long time. Been 10 fucking years. People have still been having their little skirmishes here and there, but sadly, like, it was for an actual thing of people being together, trying to really do the push. That only lasted about a good year. But like it was too, some of those, and a lot of those people, a lot of those big names that we were opposed to stayed in the industry. They knew how to slither around. They maybe, for some, weren't as prominent as they were during that time, but they knew how to slink behind the scenes. Now, it was certainly warning signs for any time it got caught for somebody like Anita Sarkeesian to visit particular game studios. But yeah, I mean, it's something that sadly, one way or another, you're going to have to be much more alert to. As it's been said, constant vigilance. You'll have to always, sadly, be alert to it. It's not a fun place to be, folks. If you're in it, if you've been watching you've been trying to pay attention to what's been going on, sadly, you're going to have to go deeper. Either go deeper or back out now. And you're going to have to choose a side in all this. You can't fence ride the whole fucking time. You have to make a choice. It sucks. Believe me, I understand the feeling of the tough decision making that this requires. Because when all of it originally popped off, I mean, I kind of like with Star Wars, I had already had my place on things. I had stepped out of following a lot of any gaming journalists and stuff like that, or just gaming websites. I kept it very minimal. I maybe followed the occasional. I had sources like Accursed Farms, Ross Scott, who reviewed when he started reviewing, especially with his Game Dungeon series, any of the weird little games he was doing. And then for a good time, I followed somebody like Yahtzee Croshaw for his game reviews. Now, for some of them, like a lot of game reviewers, I took with a grain of salt at times because, everybody has a difference in taste in games and everything like that. But, I had stepped out, and then next thing I start hearing is these rumblings of, oh no, some fingers caught in a cookie jar. And some of the things reminded me of the 90s, of when Columbine happened, the way the media attacked gaming then. And, at that time, the gaming media side of things was all on the gamers side, was defending video games and stuff like that. And then when we are seeing again it happening all over, this time, the games media has been joining in and attacking gamers. Started off with the gamers are dead. You don't have to capitulate to the gamers. And then, like it was, the Five Guys and Fries, old Zoe Quinn. Things popped off, especially with that event. And then it was just a downhill. And we had, like it was, I very much do follow Medicur's thoughts when he left it. We had an opportunity to attack, to get these parasites, these tumblerites, whatever you want to call them, out. And sadly, with a lot of them, they adopted the same language, people on our side, quote unquote, adopted the same language, adopted, the sort of shame tactics on their own side. And instead of just focusing on what was needing to be done, which was get these people out and attack the other side. Instead, it just ended up with a bunch of bullshit. But getting back to the whole DEI aspect of this thing, this is going to be the next, just like, what the fuck? And also just more of, guys, sadly, the East has lost and has been eroded from the inside for a long time. Especially if you've paid attention to a lot of other, and when I'm referring to the East in this instance, I'm referring more to Japan. I wish Chiefster would have been on, because then I might have gotten to this segment a little bit earlier. But like he's read a lot of manga, he's gone through a lot of slop, and he's noticed a lot of the pause, a lot of the same tactics, a lot of the same 70% segments being put into manga and stuff like that we see in media here. It's just and this is the thing, they know how to attack a culture through artists, because generally, yes, the artists too tend to be tend to be strongly left leaning, so they are easier to manipulate to these tactics. And much like what they've done to erode the West, they've used, either lewd or pornographic material. You could call me a prude, but I mean, sorry, but it's what they've done. It's how they've used to attack culture and to basically make people more susceptible. But yeah, so Bandai Namco discusses their DEI initiatives. They didn't get the update that they are changing the terminology. Oh, Bandai, you cheeky fuckers. You're going to make it really hard for me to want to... now I'm really going to have to, make a decision about Dragon Ball Sparking. All right, from Niche Gamer here saying, a representative from Bandai Namco recently hosted a panel discussing the company's approach to DEI initiatives, which DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies have come under fire in recent months after concerns of quality have arisen regarding games being used for social messaging at the expense of being fun and marketable. Despite being one of the most widely recognized gaming companies in the world, Ms. Okuma Mirai from Bandai Namco expresses the company's desire to expose their games to quote unquote wide variety of players. Why is it always at the hands of a woman that does this shit? Why? One of the examples Ms. Okuma gives is the addition of dreadlock hairstyles to Blue Protocol, which is something they hadn't considered. It's worth mentioning that Blue Protocol announced its end of service in Japan, and its global release has been canceled. Aw, darn! I wonder why. According to the recap of the panel from the Japanese site 4Gamer, Bandai Namco has gone all in with the sharing DEI programs and articles among its internal staff, saying information about DEI was also shared within the Bandai Namco group. Bandai Namco Entertainment in particular has strong ties with bases in the United States. The pause always comes from the United States at this point. And Europe. Oh, okay, so it's not, that makes sense. And handles a large number of titles, but let's face it, a lot of the pause is coming from our country, sadly. And handles a large number of titles, so it seems that they were able to obtain useful information and knowledge. Translation was done by Google. Ms. Okuma went on to defend a localization you dumb bitch. To defend localization practices, explaining English in Western societies as low context due to their multiculturalism. I have already said this quite a bit of times. The whole point, anybody who goes to and wants to play a Japanese game or a Korean game, or in some instances the Chinese games, any games from around the world, is to experience that culture through the lens of those creatives. Especially if it is like a more like slice of life sort of game, but also just to get that perspective, get that, try and get behind the mind of a person that's creating something unique and interesting or whatever. We aren't. I guess I should say I'm certainly not going to particular games to have my sensibilities catered to. But then, we just went over a developer who has been hounded to have other people's needs be catered to. That's not how I want. That's why I loved content from Japan. I like seeing their content through their creatives. I've loved Godzilla. I've loved different anime and stuff like that. I not too long ago, I had started actually watching the Sentai series, which is where we got Power Rangers from. Just repackaged it, slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now we're selling it. Sorry, but I enjoy that, and that's all of those things are very much part of that culture, and I love seeing that. That's great. That's fantastic. That's the reason why you should be checking out this medium. But let me continue on with this. On the other hand, Western culture is low context, starting from a place of no common understanding and placing emphasis on verbal expression, which is due to the exact fact that Western countries are multi-ethnic countries with immigrants and other factors. That's where we've been making a lot of mistakes. Therefore, it was shown that simply translating Japanese lines and explanations into the local language may not be interpreted well due to lack of words. I still believe personally to me, I do believe translations would work just fine. I've seen plenty of people that have done translations of dialogue from other games, and it's turned out just fine. When you get into localization, though, that's a very different thing. That is basically turning things into that completely opposite of the original culture and the original intent. We've seen from certain localization things that they've changed a variety of dialogue from the exact opposite of what was originally intended. I say translation is the absolute way that should be going, and it is. Fill in for any grammatical errors or whatever, but maintain the proper translation. Do not that's just it. I guess it's not localization. It's just they just completely rewrite the whole goddamn script half the time. Continuing on, this is in spite of the fact that the English-speaking consumers are expected to trust localizers to provide an authentic product, respecting the creator's vision and intentions, with fans responding positively when translations are done faithfully. In the coming months, we'll see how Bandai Namco intends to implement represent these new values for the company. So like I said, the East has been slowly eroded and is dying, or has already been, destroyed in some regards. And I know there are some people out there that really champion that Korean shit. with more loud voices propping them up. And I was talking to Carl of RNG Podcast about this on X. I'm like, oh yeah, the whole anti-woke crowd has been very vocal about the Korean movies and stuff like that coming out. And even then, a lot of people were propping up things like Stellar Blade for video games, which, funny enough, being a Synthetic Man as pointed out, it got labeled as a Coomer game, but was a decent I think he said kind of decent Souls-like game. And it wasn't quite to what people were talking about, but yeah, he could see the kind of, etchy, lewd shit being put in there. But if anything, the target is getting very heavily consumed for Japan. Korea's next, folks. So, I mean, hey, I guess enjoy your slop all you can, but I'm willing to bet that some of that shit, there's some degenerate pause in there. There's the subversive messaging in there. You're just distracted by it being with a new coat of paint. So, like it was, BandaiNamco did not get the message from Activision clearly, and they're still operating under old DEI initiative stuff, which is pretty funny but sad because, like it was, I was partly kind of interested in checking out Dragon Ball Sparking.
Are you not going to?
I'm reconsidering it. That's for damn sure. So yeah, that's certainly the those two little things I wanted to dive into and rant about. Yeah, anything you want to add to that, Hitman?
Well, I wanted to get into talk a little bit more about the whole Wukong thing because I've heard there's a lot of people talking about it, talking it up, and I know.
I don't know what else to add to what we talked about last week. The only thing that I've heard, the one thing that Synthetic Man did his review, he said it was an okay action game. He didn't really notice anything from the Chinese, Chinese communist bullshit being implemented into that. So he just said it was an okay action kind of. Has Souls-like moments, but not Souls moment. It's like borrowing a lot of elements, and at the same time, it's just very. It was just very
original.
Okay. Well, it's just an okay game. Like it was. I mean, and again, yeah, like people pointed out, the player models the women in it are beautiful, and everything like that. It's just yeah, it's just an okay game. There might be some goofiness with potentially some of the numbers like we discussed, but otherwise, yeah.
I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to spend $79 on it.
No, I don't have any intention of getting it myself.
I won't do that for any other game unless it's like, a game I really oh my God.
Really want to get?
Yes. A game that I really, really want to play, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about the the Souls style game to, I guess, comment on it. But
he said the enemies were kind of Souls like ish, just for like the certain difficulty to them, but like otherwise the game was kind of more hack and slashy, kind of like what we talked about last week.
Yeah, so I don't know. But I guess that for this specifically, since we're going over, I'm a huge, like I said, Dragon Ball guy, and I don't know based off this if I'm gonna check it out now.
Yeah, because I really don't want to support a company that the sad fact is like, in order for them to get their government funding and everything, yeah, they have to capitulate to this shit. They want to, if they want to, in a way.
The Chinese what's the party? Is it the CCP?
CCP, yeah. The Chinese Communist Party. Yeah,
you have to. Yeah, and if you don't, it's either
because they're the one funding all this shit too.
That's the least that's the last thing they need to worry about is the funding. It's more so their kneecaps being broke.
Yep.
And that and they don't play. I mean, that's like, you know, Jing, whatever his name is, President Jing, I mean,
Yeah.
So they, I mean,
Old Winnie the Pooh himself.
They won't, I mean, to go against that, like it would, I feel bad because it's like, you know, they can't, like, if you go against the government, man, I mean, you'll
You don't got a choice.
Did you ever watch
You don't have your freedom of speech in that country, boy.
You never watched V for Vendetta, did you?
I did,
Okay,
but it was a long time ago.
Do you remember Creedy?
No.
Okay, so he was the guy that did all the Black Ops stuff, if you will, for the Chancellor. But if you talked against the government, you always ended up in one of Creedy's black bags, right? He always put a bag over your head, and then you know, if you went against what
you disappeared.
Oh, absolutely. So like you go against these guys in the black bag, and you never were a person. So
yeah.
No, I don't buy it.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it's just funny too, like this whole blue protocol that they mentioned. They add in the dreadlocks, and I mean, regardless, the game doesn't make it to the West anyway, or make it outside anyways.
But you said Dragon Ball Z. I thought this is gonna sound stupid. Isn't Dragon Ball Z? Is it not Japanese, or is it?
It is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
But that's whole DEI.
I mean, and now, like, it is, Dragon Ball is in a very precarious situation too, considering Toriyama passed away. So the original mind behind it, I know the artist Toya Toro is allegedly taking over things, I believe.
Good or bad? That's the question.
He's a youngster, so potentially bad, because he'll be probably more willing to push these sort of initiatives in Dragon Ball, and in my opinion, had already started with some of the last arcs before Toriyama passed. But yeah. So like I said, I wish Sheefster was here, because he and I were talking about it while we were walking the dog and everything, and like he said, he's like he jumps through and he'll read through a lot of different mangas and stuff like that, and especially like some of the isekai, which is like basically a normal person transported to a fantasy world sort of thing. Normal person in an irregular world, and like it's always certain factions going on, and always like it is every royalty of whatever kind is always shown as, you know, the evil megalomaniacal despot and everything like that. So they like I said, they go in through the artists for this shit. They're very susceptible.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, yeah, Japan, it's already in their veins. There's some I've been seeing, like there's one account on Twitter who he's always making posts calling a lot of the shit out. Pretty good account too if you're looking for something like that. God, I'm trying to find the account really quick because it's worth a follow, because even though he's pointed out, he's half Japanese, half white, but he lives in the country and has for a long time. But is pointing out a lot of the I mean, basically, like in their country, they have a communist party.
Yeah.
And they have those sort of politicians there. So, you know, they are already in a very doomed position.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of called, all right, so where do you go from there?
Yeah.
But God, I wish I could. I hate X sometimes. You just can't find the shit that you're actually following half the time, no matter what side of the damn thing you're looking at. Shit. But yeah, like I said, I've reposted it quite a bit just to kind of get that extra news around, and I also then shout at the anti-woke crowd, as it were, when they're doing dumb shit, overly popularizing certain things, Because like I said during this, it gets the wrong eyes on these products. I get what you're trying to do, but you run that risk. But yeah, that was that.
Don't go against them. You won't exist. That's probably their motto. Don't go against her. You won't exist.
I mean, that's what they want to do. Yeah. Let's take a look at the chat really quick. Yes, Captain Keeley, I blamed it on the education system. Static said the Kirsch is the VTuber that has been talking about this forever. Meteor Advocate Timon said DEI is political baggage. Yep. I mean, no matter which way you swing it, no matter how they try and rename it, it's got political baggage one way or another. Static said Bridge is an effort to force everyone to apply the DEI goals in their daily lives and make it a lifestyle thing. It's not just hiding it. I forgot about that. Shit. Yeah, it's completely morphing how it's perceived and forced upon. I forgot because I think what they're talking about in the article of Bridge was that bridge that collapsed, but like what you mentioned here, that's entirely different. Yeah, and I wish I thought of that, or I wish I remembered it while we're talking about this. I don't know what part that was too. Static said they want everyone to be the DEI manager of their own lives. It's ridiculous. Meteor Advocate Simone said that I may start a Japanese class. I'm tired of this BS. Also tired to wait 3 to 5 years to get the game released in the West. Yeah, I've struggled with that idea myself for a very long time because I'm tired of relying on translators to even fan translation projects because it's rough, man. It's rough trying because you want to play certain things and you want to try and trust what's going on, but you can't because, man, they just throw the wool over your eyes and do a horrible job, quote unquote, translating the game in their eyes. Static said the big thing with the women in Wukong is they look good and still wear clothes. Right. That's true. Meteor Advocate Simone says, but if Japan falls, why bother? I can get it. Static said, Kingdom Come Deliverance is $3 right now. It seems pretty good. Yeah, I saw that. I did. And that the developer was one of the guys, was a prominent developer during the Gamergate days. I forget his name at the moment, but yeah, I remember a lot of that during that time. I heard the game was kind of janky from Chiefster, but I mean, he played through it. He enjoyed it. He liked it. He said it was good. And he caught shit too because he's trying to make a very historically accurate game. And because of the region he's from, at the time did not have a lot of quote unquote diversity. So he caught his shit for that, and that was certainly what helped him decide on a side. Nerdy Neo said V for Vendetta is such an amazing movie. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've watched that. I'll have to check it out again sometime. Static said that includes all the DLC stuff too. It's huge. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I saw it on sale on the Steams. Let's see here. Oh yeah, whew. $2.99. Here we go. Yeah. So the recent reviews, very positive. All reviews, very positive. Take that for what you will. Release date, February 13th, 2018. The game still doesn't look good. It doesn't look bad. Got some great aesthetics, great look. Yeah, I may have. I think for $2.99, I'll have to pick it up. Oh no, $3.99. Yeah, for all the DLCs and stuff. Yeah, look at that. Can't go wrong there. What's the Kingdom Come Deliverance collection bundle? Oh, that has like some of the soundtrack stuff behind the scenes. Looks like nice. So for $6.96, you can get all of that on top of it. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Women's Lot, Band of Bastards, from Ashes, Treasures, soundtrack, Atmosphere and Additionals, soundtrack essentials, Treasure of the Past, treasure maps of the lords banished by King Sigismund of Hungary, art book, nice, yeah. So even for that a little bit more, $6.96, you get a bunch of that other stuff too, if you want. But yeah, like I said, I remember the guy who was pretty cool and shit like that. And hey, and I believe they're working on a second game too. Let's see, developer Warhorse. I don't know if it'll be on here. But they don't. I believe they announced they're working on a second game. So yeah, definitely worth to check out, and especially for that price, you can't go wrong. Whew. Good sir, we have talked about a lot today.
We did.
Well, I mean, especially with all that Outlaws crap. My God.
I tried to forget it already.
I know, right? Static said the new one is supposedly coming out soon. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, like I said, I'll have to pick that up for that price. Here we go. Getting this set. I didn't collect enough of the info on it because I did want to go over something that was asked, I believe was asked last week. I forget who. I don't know why, but for some reason I go towards Marvel Purist. But I don't know if it was him or somebody else that asked us about Legends Con. Which I'll just kind of bring it up really quick right here. So yeah, over at utatickets.com, they do have the tickets for the Legends Con, which is going to be March 15th and 16th, 2025 in Arlington, Texas at the College Park Center. Tickets are already on sale. You can go and purchase them because they went on sale March 26th, 2024. For some reason, I want to say we did cover this, but I'm not sure, but figured why not? We'll talk about it again really quick. Legends Con, an event brought to you by the Legends Consortium, LLC, is a fan-run convention celebrating the original expanded universe books, comics, games, and other media known now as Legends. This event brings fans together in an environment where they can celebrate their love of Legends. While Legends Con is not sponsored or affiliated with Lucasfilm Ltd., the event organizers communicate with Lucasfilm and have agreed to adhere to their guidelines for Lucasfilm fan events. I can't, like I said, I'm trying to remember because I know that
I can't.
But yeah, so I mean, certainly if you see, there's this going on next year, and I know there's the whole the meetup that goes on in Vegas next year, and I know the people that I've streamed with, like Static and stuff, that some of them have been asking me to go. So I'm trying to. It's tough, man, because you gotta pick. But I mean, like and I remember right from last week, it was mentioned that. Oh no, or was it on my Knights of the Republic 2 stream? Oh crap, I don't remember now. Dude, that was fun though. Playing that game for 8 freaking hours on stream. But it was fun. Like I didn't even realize that I was really going that long. I was just enjoying the shit out of the game. But man, did I get deadlocked at the end. Oh, I unfortunately cheated to get through the end of it.
Good.
Well, and you know, I did it with Chiefster's approval. He's like, yeah, just do it. Cause like even he said, he was saying, he was in the chat and he's like, you have to pick a build. You have to actually like focus on a particular build of like, you know, Guardian 2, yada yada. You can't do the whole wishy-washy fence sitting bullshit. I'm like, I know. So anyway, it was like, you know, you have to either like really focus with like the force powers or focus with the combat powers and stuff like that. And you can't try and play both sides of that fence. But like you said too, it's like such a jarring thing too. At the end of the game, you're thrown in and you are going at it alone when you are playing through a great majority of the game with a full party of 3, 2 additional people, including yourself. And then you're suddenly thrown, it's like being thrown naked to the wind. You are just now all alone in this scary world. So I was at least glad he had my back on that one. But yeah, Legends Consortium. The thing that I was hearing was that Chris Avalon is going to be there, and oh god, now I'm trying to. And it was also Shannon McRandall is going to be there, which is the live action actress for Mara Jade. So that's almost why I was like, ooh, that'd be really cool to go. Especially since thanks to Carl of RNG Podcast, he'd sent me a bunch of posters, and one of them is Knights of the Republic 2, and it'd be cool to get Chris Avalon's signature for that, and then frame it and put it up on my wall. But what do you do? What do you do?
Go.
Would you go?
I mean, I'd probably be down.
We might have to look into it more.
Yeah. You do a live stream there, man.
Oh, yeah. I did think about that. Yeah.
I think we need to talk about behind closed doors, but yeah, I would be down to do it, of course. Mara Jade, sure.
I'd be interested to meet her and Chris Avalon. And I know there's some other book authors there.
What we need to do, honestly, and this is just an idea, we need to get like Static, Bradley, see if we can get a group of guys to go down there, and then just. Well,
they're going to like the FNT meetup and stuff.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, and that's where that's where they went last year, and they were asking me if I was going to go. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I wanted to, but you know, it's like, that's like a drive down to Vegas. It's like, yeah.
It's only 6 hours.
And work and stuff like that. Having the hours to be able to take vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Timon is hyped. He knows what's up. He knows what's coming next. He's already over on the kick.
Let's go, Stargate.
Yep, Stargate is coming right up. But let me get to this really quick. He did say before that, I started English in school, but developed through games like Final Fantasy, played with a dictionary by my side. Well, and I said that last week, I think, in terms of like watching subtitled anime and stuff like that. Reading it really helped like kind of my speed reading a bit. Static says, just go to Vegas to hang out with us. Screw all the other crap. Oh man. But But Mara Jade. All right. So for anybody that doesn't know, let me go through this usual spiel. At this time, well, it depends on what time we do it, but we will be killing the link or killing the feed on YouTube here and on Twitch. But we will be going over to Rumble, Odyssey. We'll be focusing on Rumble, Odyssey, and Kick. So join us over there as we will be watching Stargate episode. Oh God, what episode was it? Episode 11, the Tok'ra. We get the introduction of the Tok'ra. No, I know it. Yeah, all the other crap in Vegas. Vegas ain't my scene. I've gone once. I didn't really get into it. But anyways, yeah, you can switch on over to any of those platforms, start chatting, start watching. That's right. Fear FEMA knows Stargate time, boys. You can be on any of those other platforms, Kick, Odyssey, and Rumble to watch the feed because I do share it on the screen and you can watch along with us. Yeah, Meter Advocate Timo says watching sub stuff you also makes you pick a couple of words by repetition. Yeah, you start it starts clicking in the old noodle. the contra. Nerdineo said, I just watched episode 2001 with the second encounter with the Eshen. Ah, yes, nice. The Eshen. The vaccinated ones. But anyways, here is the links for, there's Kick. Here is Odyssey. And here is Rumble. You can join us on over there to watch Stargate along with us. Otherwise, thank you everyone that's been watching on the YouTube side. Nerdy Neo being one. I don't know, Fear FEMA, if you're going to be jumping over to the Kick or Rumble or whatever channels. But thank you for watching. Thank you, Static. We had Captain Keeley in here, along with Greg Hates Everything. Why am I blanking? Dan Blackroyd, a.k.a. Liquid Blake. Brandon Tran. Star Wars Marvel Purist. Melissa Lord. Who else? I feel like I'm missing some names. Because there was, oh yeah, JT Epsilon, who was in earlier. And yeah, so thank you everybody for watching on the YouTube side. Like I said, you can join us over on Kick, Rumble, or Odyssey to watch along with us. And you have a great night yourself, Nerdy Neo. Thank you all for hanging out. Okay, here we go. We're going to play the switch over and we'll see you on the other side.